Sanibonani. Good morning. Ngoba usanibona ngathi besicela nje ukuthi lapha emuva sinciphise ukuphithizela kwenzela ukuthi siqale nomhlangano wethu. We are running late ngemzuzu e15. Kusho ukuthi kuzofanele kube nendlela yokuyirecover leyo mzuzu. Ingozi ke yokuzama ukuyirecover ukuthi kuzofanele ngiyithathe kumuntu othile. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, workers, leaders of the workers of our province. Igama lami nguSifiso. We are running late ngemzuzu e15. Kusho ukuthi kuzofanele kube nendlela ukuthi kube umsebenzi wami ukubiza ukuthi ubani ozozokhuluma la phambili. Ngigade futhi ukuthi lowo muntu akeqi esikhathini asinikiwe sokukhuluma. Thank you. Akeqi esikhathini asinikiwe sokukhuluma. So ke ulula kanjalo umsebenzi wami. So ngenzela ukuthi mawubona uze la phambili sengisukuma ngize eduze kwakho uyobuswazi ukuthi usuweqile esikhathini obekuvunyelene ngaso. I just want to, before we formally start with our program, and so that we acknowledge properly the guests and the leadership of our federations, that we ask uChamplain wasothukela ukuthi azosivulela ngomkhuleko uPastor AT Maphalala. Besicela uChamplain othukela azosivulela ngomkhuleko.
Program Director, our Speaker, abaholi bonke egameni lika Jesu Kristu nabasebenzi ngiyabingelela. Ngaphambi kokuba ngithandaze ngizocela ukuthi ngidonse lapha ya from the book of life, Colossians chapter 3 verse 23. Kufundeka kanje. Whatever you do, whatever your task may be, work from the soul. That is put in your very best effort as something done for the Lord and not for men, knowing with all certainty that it is from the Lord, not from men, that you'll receive the inheritance, which is your greatest reward. It is the Lord Christ whom you actually serve. Shall we close our eyes? Babe egameni lika Jesu Kristu ophilayo ekuseni siyathandaza in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Nkulunkulu wethu omuhle, Nkosi ephilayo, nali iphalamende lethu osehlisele lona ezulwini lihleli lihlangene lizodingida izinto zokuphumelela isizwe ne way forward in everything, Lord, that you have tasked them to do. Father Lord God Almighty, siyathandaza ke ekseni uthezwini lakho kubona konke esikwenzayo. Uyala ukuthi ukuthandaza kwethu kwaze kwenzelwa ababusi abaphathi nabaholi nabasekhundleni ezinkulu yiko lokho esikwenzayo siyabathandazela egameni likaJesu banika ukuphila namandla as they go forward bathole Nkosi ulwazi newisdom neunderstanding ebuya kuwena ukuze sihlalisane ngokuthula ezweni. Baba wethu namandla wonke siyabonga abasebenzi bonke laba mawudala uAdam noEva mawuqedile wabaletha emhlabeni wathi bayophila ngokusebenza. uNkulunkulu wethu onamandla amandla okusebenza ke siwathola kuwe. Abasebenzi bonke abaholi bonke izwi lakho lithi sisebenze as if sisebenzela wena qobo asisebenzela umuntu ngoba uma senze kanjalo ukusebenza kwethu kuyoba nomphumela nama rewards avela kuwe hayi ebantwini. Baba siyabonga ekseni we declare this parliament opened in the name of Jesus Christ so that ubunkulunkulu bonke basezulwini iparlamente lonke lasezulwini lizokwehlela eparlamente lasemhlabeni ukuze iparlamente lasezulwini malihlangana nelasemhlabeni intando kaNkulunkulu yenziwe emhlabeni njengoba yenziwe ezulwini. We declare this meeting opened in Jesus name. Amen.
Siyabonga kakhulu kumfundisi Maphalala ngokusivulela kahle kangaka ngomkhuleko. I am honored to stand here on this important day of the working class of our province, the 2021 Workers' Parliament. On this month of the workers, we will join millions of workers across the world, not only to celebrate the gains of workers in this century, but also to look at better ways of improving the working conditions in various working places. Ladies and gentlemen, unlike last year, we meet here today under relaxed COVID-19 regulations, although we are aware that we are having numbers that are growing as we speak. Last year, it was somewhat a sad meeting as we met virtually, losing that human contact that we always need as human beings. We are happy that even though the situation in our country is reported to be getting worse in terms of the increasing numbers of infections, we have this opportunity to meet face to face. To us as an institution, the Workers' Parliament is part of our constitutional mandate to consult and listen to this sector and to ensure that our oversight responsibility is carried out in a manner that addresses the need of this sector. Indeed, we are looking forward to fruitful engagements among the three federations present here. Of course, COVID-19 has affected our families. We have lost lives in the labor market. The economy is shrinking, leading to loss of jobs, unsafe working places. These are amongst many issues we hope this Workers' Parliament will address. I must therefore thank you and welcome you all for taking part in our 2021 Workers' Parliament. I wish our participants, delegates from three federations in the province, NATU, FEDUSA, and COSATU, a fruitful engagement which will lead to 2021 Workers' Parliament resolutions. That was the way of welcoming you, fellow delegates of the federations. I am now honored that we indicate that our honorable speaker, which this program is led from that office, she is here, Honorable Boyce. We just want to acknowledge your presence, Honorable Speaker. We also wish to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mthembu, in our midst. We also wish to acknowledge Honorable MEC Nkonyeni in our midst, who, besides being here as MEC, she's also here to represent our Premier of the province. I'm going to deal with that aspect just now, but we also wish to acknowledge the presence of our local mayor of Alfred Duma municipality, His Worship Madlala. Siyabonga ukukona bakho hlokohloko. Ngiyafisa futhi ngokukhulu ukuhlonipha ukubonga ukukhona kobuholi bendlu yendabuko kithi kwaZulu, ngokuthi usihlalo wendlu yamakhosi yakithi inkosi yasemadungeni, inkosi uChiliza, ikhona phakathi kwethu Ndabezitha. Ngiyafisa nje ukubonga nokuthi wonke amalunga ngiwabonile ngobuningi bawo, amalunga esishamthetho, nonke amalunga ahloniphileyo, siya acknowledge ukukhona benu. Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi nikwazile ukuthatha ithuba lokuthi nizohlangana nabasebenzi. We also acknowledge the leadership of the workers of the federations that I've mentioned. They will then be introduced as we go along in terms of the leaders of the delegations. We are at this stage malunga parliament labasebenzi. We are going to ask that our mayor, Honorable V. Madlala, welcomes us in this municipality. Thank you.
Angibonge kumphathi wohlelo ubaba uSifiso Sonjica, bese ngokukhulu ukuhlonipha ngibingelele inkosi yesizwe samadunge esinayo lapha. Ngihlabele phambili ngibingelele uPremier in his absentia, ubaba uZikalala. Ngibingelele umama osiholayo lapha, uyena osiqoqelele liPhalamende waliletha lapha eAlfred Duma Local Municipality, umhlonishwa uBoyce. Kanjalo ngihlabele phambili ngibingelele uMEC esinaye, umama Nkonyeni. Ngibingelele uDeputy Speaker ubaba uMthembu. Ngihlabele phambili ngibingelele ohola ithimba lonke lama members kunye nama members wonke aphuma lapha ku legislature. Engicabanga ukuthi ubaba uSupha Zuma. Ngihlabele phambili ngibingelele imanagement yasePhalamende, iyayilidwe uSecretary kwesinye isikhathi, mhlambe ke ngisho ngakho mhlambe kutshekile nongithethelele. Ngihlabele phambili ngibingelele ama representatives who are coming from unions nakuma stakeholders nje ahlukehlukene. I saw ubaba uMdlalose nobaba uMkhize, and ngizwile ukuthi kunenhlangano eziningi ezahlukehlukene, Fedusa and others. Nonke ngiyanibingelela. Ngihlabele phambili ngibingelela ama-councillor nama-professionals, umfundisi osivulele umama Maphalala nonke sanibona. You are all welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We remain mindful of the great strides we have achieved as a nation towards transforming the labor relations landscape through elimination restrictive and oppressive labor laws and replacing them with a progressive constitution and pieces of legislation that guarantee rights of workers such as freedom of association, collective bargaining, right to strike and workplace freedom. Siyazi sonke ukuthi sine constitution esibiza ngokuthi Act number 108 of 1996. Mawubheka wona lo mthetho uno chapter 2. Lo chapter 2 khuluma ngama bill of rights. So abasebenzi, they are always covered under a bill of rights. Recently, Parliament passed significant amendments to labor laws aimed at improving workers' rights, improving workers' condition and standard of life. These are the basic condition of employment amendments bill, the labor relations amendments bill, the national minimum wage bill, and the labor laws amendment bill. While these are indeed significant contributions, we also recognize that much more still needs to be done to fully realize the ideals many workers struggled for and laid down their lives to achieve. As such, we recommit ourselves to be the leadership that spurs to effort in ensuring that life-changing laws are made. The executive is overseen fearlessly and the public meaningfully participate in parliamentary programs aimed at advancing a non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous nation where all workers enjoy the rights and presented in the Constitution. I would like to thank the leadership collective led by the Speaker of the Provincial Legislature for choosing Thugela and also Alfred Duma Local Municipality to host this program. Feel at home and feel free. You are all welcome. Once again, just enjoy the rest of the proceeding. Sekudlulile konke lokho sengikushilo zizweni sekhaya eMnambithi eLady Smith namaphethelo ngisho ukuthi leli yikhaya lenu nonke uma ngabe senifikile siyadinga ukuthi ngazo zonke izikhathi kuzo zonke izinto ezenzakalayo nazi ukuthi siyanithanda eAlfred Duma nasothukela ngalawo mazwi siyabonga siyanamukela ningakhumula amabhantshi namajazi kona ngathi sekuqala ukukhudumala. I thank you.
Ngicela nje sile ukhansela uMadlala Simuphele ngehlombe. Siyabonga kakhulu Your Worship. I just wish to indicate that umhlonishwa uSzikalala ondunankulu wethu KwaZulu-Natal uthumele isixoliso ngenxa yokuthi attende umhlangano obizwa nge-joint sitting e-National Parliament, kodwa umhlonishwa uNgqongqoshe uNkonyeni uyena othunyelwe ngokusemthethweni ukuthi azomela undunankulu kuleli parliament labasebenzi. Sithole nesixoliso sikamhlonishwa uNgqongqoshe wezempilo naye obanjwe umhlangano we-National Portfolio Committee yakwa Health. Ngiyafisa as well uku-acknowledge ukukhona buka Sotswebhu omkhulu kwi-shamthetho sethu Ncamalala nesekela likaSotswebhu Ngoni Siyafisa ukubonga kakhulu ubukhona benu. Sizohlabela mgama ke ngenxa yokuthi ngithe kunalo 15 minutes oke waphazamiseka. So mangibuya nje ngizolokhu ngi-acknowledge ihambeli zethu ikakhulukazi the leadership of the federations, because namhlanje kahle kahle amalungu eParliament abasebenzi. Ngiyafisa ngokukhulu ukuyithoba nokuhlonipha ukuthi ngicele inkosi usihlalo wendlu ye-traditional leaders in our province, inkosi uChiliza, ukuthi azosinika umyalezo. Ndaba ezitha.
Program Director Hlonishwa Sonzeka, Honorable Premier in our absentia, Speaker of the KZN Legislature, Ms. Nontemba Boys, Honorable MEC, who's representing Premier MEC Nkonyeni, Honorable Mayor Madlala, all federation present, all government executives, all agencies and official, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me on behalf of the House of Traditional Leaders in this province to this very important KZN Legislature Workers' Parliament. We would like to start by thanking you and all of our fellow South Africans for surviving such a horrible and painful COVID-19 blow under a very difficult times, as well as efforts all of you have made in saving other people's life. We all understand that we are not in the clear as yet, but in spite of these losses, we are South Africans, we are invisible, and we are still standing. We all have a lot of work to do. We must make sure that economy is working and growing. We must end the retrenchment and job losses. We must continue to protect ourselves and others from pandemic. Now is the time for us to do things differently. Our proposal is let's try becoming strategic in our ways of thinking and doing, because with a positive attitude, the impossible becomes possible. Let us be united and have one weight like we used to during apartheid. The pandemic has taught us that all we have is each other. As Amakosi, we support the Workers' Parliament. We are also praying that all of us here contribute sincerely to today's event and work hard towards finding solutions for our country going forward. Together we will conquer. Thank you.
Ngicela ke siphinde siphe inkosi yesizwe elinye ihlombe bakwethu. Ndaba ezitha siyabonga kakhulu ngomyalezo ophuma ebuholini bethu esibuhlonipha kakhulu. Ngaphandle kokuchitha esinye isikhathi esiningi, ngiyacela ukubiza umhlonishwa uNN Boys, usomlomo wethu, azosinika i-background nokuthi ungani lo mhlangano wanamhlanje. Honorable Boys.
umuntu angaze athole eyakho yasemaklabhini. Ndiyabulela mphathi wohlelo mhlonishwa uSonjica. Sekela Somlomo Mvelase, undunankulu wephondo, amalunga Executive Council yaKwaZulu-Natal, amalunga esishayamthetho akhona phakathi kwethu, uChief Whip nesekela lakhe, umkhandlu osisingethe wesifunda sasothukela, umeya kanye nomkhandlu wase-Alfred Duma Local Municipality, usihlalo wendlu yobukhosi bendabuko, Dungela Imnyama nenkomo zalo, i-federations ezikhoyo zonke KwaZulu-Natal, our distinguished guests for today, the workers, the Secretary of the Provincial Legislature and all officials, heads of government departments and our entities, all employees of government that are here today in their capacities, members of the media, viewers from various media platforms, ladies and gentlemen, workers of the world, unite. Good morning to you all. I am very humbled and honored today to address the 2021 Workers' Parliament. We are holding this year's Parliament on a hybrid model that is both on a physical platform with reduced numbers, whilst the majority are joining us virtually. In this regard, we must sincerely appreciate the cooperation received from the federations. This is the second Workers' Parliament that we are hosting under the conditions imposed by the world's response to the pandemic. Last year, we held our first one where we had to go totally virtually. COVID-19 has fundamentally then changed the way we live and work, and also interact with our stakeholders as the legislature. In the midst of the pandemic, that is COVID-19, we all have to learn to live a life in a way that we are told is going to be the new normal. Workers have sacrificed a lot. They have been severely impacted by the pandemic in terms of loss of income, with their livelihoods being negatively affected, but have shown courage living under the economic and social challenges that are posed by this pandemic. Frontline workers put their lives on the line during the height of the pandemic to keep the country going. When all of us had to go and stay under the level 5 lockdown and be locked behind the safety of our doors, the healthcare workers were out there providing services to all of us. The security services workers were out there providing services to all of us. The retail workers were out there providing services to all of us. Those in the catering services, those who are also in the cleaning services, they were out there. But also the workers in the media and the communications were out there giving us the statistics and the calculations every day whilst we were locked behind the safety and the sanctuary of our doors. Workers have always been at the forefront. So when we sometimes say that there are frontline workers and define as if it was particular sectors, in earnest, it has been workers that has been the difference between us and the safety of the country. We salute them then for that. We hold then this year, understanding the road that we have traveled, we hold this year's Workers' Parliament under the theme, I quote, restructure our economy for decent jobs and retrenchments, promote safe workplaces and healthy communities as we advance herd immunity against COVID-19. The theme calls on all of us to ponder the devastating high unemployment and the jobs bloodbath exacerbated by the pandemic. Unemployment has gone past 40%, since the start of the lockdown. Thousands have faced retrenchments, not only in the private sector, but also in the public sector, as we had to struggle with navigating the working under the new normal. We have been bleeding jobs. And that says to all of us, we need a plan that will save jobs for workers in both sectors. Throwing workers into the unemployment queue is not going to be a solution. We need a workable solution. And that solution will not only be coming from government and the private sector alone. Parliamentarians, you also have a role to play in ensuring that you safeguard the future of the country. But also in the midst of the bloodbath of employment, I want also to call upon workers to continue to unite. Unite because for you to achieve everything that you are targeting depends on how you are united. The federations of trade unions that are registered in the Republic must also strive to ensure that they unite their members beyond the banner of a federation. It is a lesson that I have learned since I started interacting with the Workers' Parliament of KwaZulu-Natal. The Workers' Parliament of KwaZulu-Natal has taught us that there could be unity beyond union affiliation, but unity that is based on the essence of what is right for workers. We call upon that to exist also in the shop floor, the unity of workers. Just over 3 weeks ago, we did commemorate the International Workers' Day, also known as May Day or Labor Day elsewhere. This public holiday is a testimony to the hard battles that workers of this country and the world have waged for workers' rights and social justice over many decades. It is also a reminder of the many challenges that still confront working people and the poor in South Africa and the world, and which it also highlights the remaining obstacles to sustainable human development among all developing nations. So, even at this particular moment, when the Workers' Day has passed, allow me to once more say, may the Workers' Day of 2021 bring all that can unite and take forward the struggle of the workers. Honorable members, Program Director, allow me that while we are holding this Workers' Parliament, let me not miss an opportunity to speak to workers about pledging solidarity with the people of the world that are currently facing different atrocious life conditions beyond COVID-19. This includes our brothers and sisters in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, following the recent natural disaster that has taken place a few weeks back there. The people of the Mozambique, following the continued unrest that has been taking place in some of the provinces in the beautiful land of Samora Machel. This has happened in Mozambique whilst our leaders had been calling for the silencing of the guns in Africa. Yet our neighbors are not having any silencing of the guns. I must also call upon the solidarity behind the people of the Palestine who continue to suffer daily in the Gaza Strip. We know that those who sell their labor remain heavily affected by any unrest, regardless of the cause. So it is for this reason that we call upon all of us to stand and support initiatives to resolve the challenges. We must, as South Africans, unite in calling for our own governments to actively put in place means that will lay the foundation for the implementation of lasting peace and restoration of peace in Palestine, the allies of the oppressed people of South Africa. We know that during the trying times in South Africa, the people of Palestine were not saying that they are having their own challenges, but they pledged their solidarity and supported South Africa to end apartheid. What is happening on a daily in Palestine cannot be ignored, lest by South Africa. But also we know that solidarity that is of lip service will not yield anything. We need action, and that action must start with us as parliamentarians, laying that firm foundation to implementable solutions by our own government. I know that workers have already started to make their own voice heard, but they have also started to make actions that would endanger their work. But nonetheless, they know that the struggle is not for the faint-hearted, and workers must be united behind the voice of those that are oppressed. The working class has been at the forefront of the struggle for a democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, prosperous, and a united nation in South Africa. It has understood and consistently maintained that workplace struggles cannot be separated from broader social struggles, that economic justice and equality cannot be achieved without national liberation. And the working class in South Africa has argued that these struggles cannot be separated from the struggle for gender equality and specifically women's emancipation. It is for this reason then that as we are also meeting today, we must ensure that we fight gender-based violence in the workplace and also within our society. We must ensure that trade unions fight gender-based violence, but also ourselves as employers, as public representatives, we fight gender-based violence within political parties and political environments, but also do not practice gender-based violence when workers come and look for employment where we find ourselves to be leading. I am raising this also understanding that this year the Republic of South Africa is remembering 150 years of the birth of Mama Charlotte Maxeke, a struggle hero who fought for women emancipation in South Africa, one woman who believed in the lifting of others. She said that when we want to grow, we must not only grow ourselves, we must grow others. If we are to grow others, therefore, we must end the exchange of jobs for sexual favors in the workplace. It is important. As we move on, today we will be receiving presentations from departments and commissions, and of course, as for the first time, we will also be receiving, we have amongst us those that will be speaking about the specifics that will be happening in relations to what the labor courts are doing. And these commissions have been identified by the federations addressing specific issues as per the program and also as per the need of organized labor in the shop floor. Discussions emanating from this parliament will be formulated into a report by the standing committee, the relevant standing committee. And this report will go through the department portfolio committees so they may see throughout the year how the departments have responded to the issues raised. The participants will be given a chance to ask questions that they will leave on the social media platforms so that we make it a truly public participatory activity. We do not want to limit the participation, but of course that uchaba lixesha. Hence, we will ensure that even if we do not respond to some of the matters that will be raised in the public participation platforms, we will come to them later on. The government will also come and update us on the progress that they have made. And I am informed that due to the unavailability, the apology was put forth by Chairperson of the Public Participation Standing Committee, Honorable Sonjita. The apology of the Premier, who was supposed to present on behalf of government, who have then sent one of the members of the Executive Council to present on the behalf of government, MEC Nkonyeni, uqondene ukuthi kube ngu-MEC Nkonyeni owumamlambo namdi umamlambo ongwasegwini nami ngiwasogwini. but she's come specifically in her capacity as a member of the Provincial Executive Council to make a presentation, because the Premier is also attending the sitting of the National Assembly, where he is also representing the province of KwaZulu-Natal today, and we could not then postpone. We sincerely apologize to organized labor for that. We want to ensure that as we continue sitting and we continue participating, we are calling upon all our participants to understand that we are still living in the reality of COVID-19, especially the third wave. Therefore, we are requesting all of the participants that are here physically to ensure that they stick to social distancing, wearing of the mask. Manje ngiyasaba ukuthi kuma delegates kodwa ngiyabona ukuthi sekuye kwa comfortable yanyana aseyakhumukhumuleka, kodwa bengicela ukuthi zithunywa malungu ahloniphekile siwabuyisele, siwasuse nje uma siphuza amanzi. Sekukhona sekukudala ngoko bebegcina ukuphuza amanzi kodwa imask yona ingezansi kwekhala, isengezansi kwekhala. Besicela nje ukuthi let's remain vigilant. The only way that we are going to beat COVID-19 is by stopping. In fact, not the only way. One of the ways, the important ways, is stopping the spread. Stopping the spread is by sticking to the protocols: social distancing, sanitizing, washing of the hands, proper wearing of the mask. And then when you are in the category, Yabo Honorable Nkonyeni, go vaccinate when you are not a healthcare worker. I know that healthcare workers have started, but then others are going according to certain categories depending on age. When your age has started in this wave of vaccination, go vaccinate. We are appealing to all of you, enismamele nisemakhaya, nani enikhona lana, let's stop the spread of COVID-19 so that we can ensure that life takes some form of normality. Siyabulela kakhulu mphathi wohlelo.
Ngicela nje simuphe ihlombe siyabonga kakhulu Mahubela. I just want to acknowledge MEC and Dube Ncube, who's a leader of government business, she's joining us online. I did indicate that Honorable Ens Melane, she is also joining us online, but she will then have to leave at some point to attend the national meeting. But we're also joined by MEC Pillay, R.R. Pillay, who's also joining us online. Welcome, honorable members. But I also want to acknowledge the provincial chairperson of COSATU, Mdlalose Nyanda. We want to also acknowledge the leader of the delegation of FEDUSA, provincial gender coordinator of FEDUSA, Ms. Tembe Gatwala, who's leading the delegation of FEDUSA. We also would like to acknowledge the chairperson of NACTU, Ubaba Umngabe, who's leading the delegation today. With that, I am also honored to invite Honorable N. Konyeni, who's then going to speak to us on behalf of the Premier of our province. My pleasure.
Siyabonga kakhulu mphathi wohlelo Honorable Sonjica. Greetings to the Honorable Speaker of the Provincial Legislature, Honorable Nontembeko Boys, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mthembu Velase. Ngibingelele kakhulu inkosi yaseMadungeni, usihlalo wendlu yabomdabu lapha KwaZulu-Natal Madungeni. Ngibingelele kakhulu kumeya wethu osihostile uSozabe. Bonga ukwamukelwa Sozabe. Let me also acknowledge the presence of all colleagues, the MECs who have attended virtually, and the members of the Provincial Legislature who are here, and I also greet those who have decided to attend virtually. Let me also humbly greet all members of this mock parliament representing all federations that are here. Sanbonan. Of course, our Premier could not attend, the session today, and he has apologized for being absent, in this session. I hope the legislature has actually accepted his apology, and he has requested me to represent him and the entire Executive Council in this sitting. And his speech reads thus: in a matter of days, as the people of KwaZulu-Natal, we will join the rest of the country as we mark the end of May, an important month in the lives of workers in our country. Workers' Parliament was declared in South Africa only in 1994 as a mark of respect, recognition, and protection for the hard-fought rights of the workers of this country. The declaration of May Day, or 1st of May, and subsequently Workers' Month, stands as a symbol of the struggle and contribution of the labor movement in ending apartheid and in ushering a free, democratic, non-racial, and non-sexist South Africa. Since the democratic breakthrough of 1994, successive parliaments and legislatures such as our own here in KwaZulu-Natal have prioritized the plight of the workers and through legislation and policies acted to better their lives at every turn. In the place of repressive, restrictive, and oppressive labor legislation, our government has designed laws which, among others, guarantee inalienable rights such as freedom of association, collective bargaining, the right to strike, and workplace freedom. Addressing the May Day rally on the 1st of May 1998, Dr. Nelson Mandela, the founding president of the Democratic Republic of South Africa, reminded us that workers remain integral to the achievement of democracy. And Madiba said that with the end of apartheid, the workers now had the opportunity to play a leading role in lawmaking, which would solidify the gains of the struggle and sustainably lead the transformation of the country, when he said, I quote, "Thanks to democracy, organized workers can now make vital inputs into the laws of the country. New laws have opened the way for improvements in working conditions, in health and safety, in the workplace, and in wages. No longer do we have a government that sees farm workers as not deserving of the same rights as others. No longer will the use of child labor be allowed." I close quotes. Madiba went on to say, In striving for our goals, we must dispel the idea that change can come from government alone, while our people wait passively for delivery. As we were our own liberators, so too must we change our own lives for the better. Madiba warned pointedly that, I quote, however good our new laws may be on paper, they must be implemented and enforced before they bring benefits to workers and others. However good the policies of the government are, nothing will come of them without the active participation of each and every one of us, as I close that quote again. Honorable Speaker, according to Stats SA, of the nearly 23 million people in the labor force, out of a total of 38.4 million people between the ages of 15 and 64, 48.6% are in formal sector jobs. Furthermore, 13.2% are in the informal sector, and 3.6% in agriculture, and 5.4% in private households. Stats SA indicates that the official unemployment rate now stands at 29%, not including discouraged work seekers, who make up another 7% of the working age population. This addition would place the expanded unemployment rate at 36%. And following the advent of the coronavirus, according to the quarterly labor force survey released by Stats SA, the unemployment rate in South Africa increased to a record of 32.5% in the fourth quarter of 2020. And according to a study in 2019 by Bezuidenhout and Chouadi, owing to changes to the economy and labor market since 1994, and as an indication of the changes to class composition of the unions, the majority of federation members shifted from the private sector to the public sector over the past 20 years, and from lower skilled to higher skilled workers. In essence, what this has done is that labor market trends are pointing to the incapacities of unions to organize, contract, casual, and flexi-time workers, as many have shown. It's a study that was presented by Bezuidenhout and Chouadi. And deindustrialization and the casualization of employment limits the capacity of trade unions to organize. This is a worrying development, as organized labor is a key stakeholder and partner in the democratic management of our economy, which incorporates the protection and propagation of workers' rights. Another development is that the workers in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, like those of the rest of South Africa, for the first time in many years, find themselves facing the greatest unemployment crisis in their lives. A major slump such as this, which is caused by the coronavirus pandemic, devastated so many of our sectors and industries, such that many of them are still in need of economic injection and support. The pandemic affected industries like agriculture, construction, mining and manufacturing, and more importantly, tourism. Indeed, even in the latest reports on the global economy, point to the appearance of green shoots and reason for optimism. We are not out of the woods yet. In response, working with the private sector, we are busy rolling out our economic recovery and reconstruction plan, and Delivering the State of the Province address in February, Honorable Premier Zikalala said the key pillar of KwaZulu-Natal's economic reconstruction and recovery plan was centered on enhancing its industrial base. The Premier committed provincial government to the implementation and fast-tracking of job creation projects such as the Special Economic Zones project pipeline and incubating the clothing and textile special economic zones. The province will be rolling out industrial centers, including the leather industry hub, supporting localization of value chains, reviving industrial estates, and creating linkages with private estates in order to increase investment steam. At the same time, we will continue to advocate for sweeping changes in trade policies, which will see an increase in localization, including the beneficiation of all primary and raw materials as extracted and planted from our soil. Government, as key player in the largest single procurer of goods, is also committed to buying locally manufactured products. We will also fast-track the release of land for industrial development in all municipalities and ensure that environmental approvals and environmental approvals are delivered in shorter turnaround times. In this regard, our two special economic zones, the Dube Trade Port and Richards Bay IDZ, have become levers for industrialization within the province. The Dube Trade Port will, over the next 5 years, focus on its core SEZ mandate to drive localization of manufacturing within its own zones. In addition, the long-term Durban Erythropolis and the automotive supplier park in the south of Durban will spur provincial growth over the next 20 to 30 years. That will support jobs and skills development, especially among our young people and women. Recently, the Honorable Premier launched the Whetstone Business Park with a value of almost 2 billion rands, which is on 33 hectares of industrial land and the DeFi distribution warehouse in Ladysmith with new investment of about 200 million rands. We expect more investments like this, which are driven by the private sector and supported by government in order to provide key infrastructure and swift environmental impact assessment approvals. The 1.3 billion rands edible oils plant by Wilma has started at the Richards Bay IDZ. The project is expected to inject much needed jobs in the King Cetshwayo district and will be completed in year 2022. The Richards Bay IDZ has also appointed the contractor for phase 1 of the 4.5 billion rands titanium dioxide plant, and construction will commence in January 2022. Honorable Speaker, the province has already achieved 2 major milestones in its plan to establish a fully fledged clothing and textile special economic zone here in Ezakheni. Already, the province has nominated Dube Trade Port to be its operator with investment of close to 780 million rands from companies interested to relocate to the special economic zone. This is part of clothing and textile corridor approach, the textile belt, which starts from Newcastle, Ladysmith, Moy River, Pietermaritzburg, Hammersdale, Durban, Isitebe, Dube Trade Port, and extends to Richards Bay Industrial Development Zone. And we expect these investments to produce a total of about 3,435 permanent jobs as part of the 22 billion rands investment pipeline. The following key projects are worth mentioning, honorable members. The Vodacom South Africa is rolling out the 5G network in Durban. The 1 billion rand project is expected to create 500 new jobs. Unitrade in KwaDukuza is a 105 million rands investment that specializes in production of Ford Ranger and VW Amarok components and has created 250 jobs. The 380 million rands investment by Frymax Potato Chips in Verulam has created 600 jobs. And Good Life Foods has also created 100 jobs, while Hesto has invested 900 million rands and created 3,300 jobs. Honorable Speaker, we are fully cognizant that economic growth must be centered in urban areas where the majority of the population resides. However, we are committed to the development of rural and semi-rural areas where many of the people of the province still live. And one of the most significant and groundbreaking of these is the Ndumo retail development project in rural northern KZN. It is a 100 million investment project which will see the establishment of a shopping center, taxi rank, and a service station in a completely rural area in which there was no development at all before. The project is expected to create 400 construction jobs. At the same time, international trade remains one of the pillars of our economic revival. This week, the Honorable Premier will be signing a memorandum of understanding with the Afrexim Bank, which is based in Cairo, Egypt. Actually, that signing happened yesterday. This is a historic event which will open trade and investment financing facilities for our entities and the private sector in South Africa and the rest of Africa. The signing of the MOU will open new economic opportunities for trade across every sector in every part of the continent, particularly investment collaboration on infrastructure projects. Honorable Speaker, on this Workers' Parliament, we commit to the rebuilding of a better KwaZulu-Natal with the guarantee of job security, decent wages, and the rights of labor rights. And more than ever before, we must join in a united effort to realize the goals of the Freedom Charter and the National Development Plan and the attainment of non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous nation. As workers of KwaZulu-Natal in the public and private sectors, we take this opportunity to salute you for your resilience in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. We pay tribute to the unmatched commitment of the frontline workers who stood eyeball to eyeball, shoulder to shoulder in the war against the coronavirus. As we conclude, Honorable Speaker, the sitting of this Workers' Parliament on 12 May 2020 resolved on issues whose implementation affects the lives of workers and the people of KwaZulu-Natal. The departments are fully and ably represented by the MECs, heads of departments, and senior managers at this gathering. Detailed reports have already been submitted on all these issues as raised in May last year, and the reports will be tabled for consideration over the next few days. And more importantly, as Madiba reminds us, the resolutions and commitments of our parliaments and legislature must be implemented if KwaZulu-Natal is to achieve its potential as a province. As we end, government is not an entity in isolation from the rest of society. It is reflective of the public sector employees who drive the delivery of services, which affects the quality and efficiency of the sector. Among the challenges facing the public sector in the 21st century is boosting performance, improve accountability, ensuring and increasing public safety and security, and running honest and accountable government. We expect to have an ethical public service that is anchored by a corps of civil servants who practice the ethos of I do right even when no one is looking. Other critical challenges include innovation and adopting the digital reality of this century with all its challenges and advantages. As government, our response is tailored to the priorities of modernization of government, public governance and accountability, health and welfare, and the development of innovative partnerships. These changes must guarantee real benefits for citizens, communities, and businesses. In addition, there will be operations management framework to enhance productivity with all departments expected to have service standards and delivery charters. Charters are an accord which ensures that citizens know the level of service they should expect to receive and the length of time it will take. Furthermore, the province has finalized the skills audit for all SMS members in the provincial administration. A composite report will be finalized to determine the skills gap and the necessary interventions where appropriate. A professional, meritocratic, and ethical civil service is necessary for the safeguarding of citizens' interests. This will be achieved by building state capacity and instilling professionalism in the public service. We are adopting a human resources turnaround strategy intended to totally transform the public service and develop a cadre of civil servants that are capable, diverse, and well-trained. We wish you, as representatives of the workers of KwaZulu-Natal, fruitful deliberations today and beyond as we together work tirelessly for the achievement of a non-racial, non-sexist, equal, and prosperous KwaZulu-Natal. Together, growing KwaZulu-Natal. I thank you.
A big round of applause for MEC. Siyabonga kakhulu MEC Nkonyeni. I've been made aware that MEC Stole Moloi, she is also in the meeting online. Honorable Speaker, I was also asked that I indicate that the Chair of Chairs is not here because there is a funeral in that is attending at Umzumbe. Now, we are going, because as Speaker indicated, the program is designed by the workers. So we will follow the program as agreed by the federations. We will then take the federations after we have followed the program as agreed, Honorable Speaker. Now we are going to ask Ms. Fezeka Manyati and Mr. Thabo Nhlabati, who are coordinators, municipal outreach coordinators, Independent Electoral Commission. They are going to briefly, I think they've been made aware of how much time they will have to share that time. I don't know how they will divide that time, but they are made aware. We workers felt that we must talk about voter education, Honorable Speaker, which we think is a very important subject for our. So the IEC will briefly speak to us on voter education. I also want to acknowledge the MEC of Human Settlements and Public Works that is also part of the meeting. Join us online, MEC Jomo Sbia. Welcome, MEC Sbia. Then I allow Ms. Manyati and Mr. Nhlabati to do the presentation. You will agree how you divide your presentation.
Ngokukhulu ukusithoba ngibonge program director ngiqale nje ngokubingelela undunankulu ubaba uSihlezi Kalala ngicina bengekho ngaphansi kwethu ngibingelele mama umhlonishwa uBoyce ngidlulele phambili ngibongelele ubukhosi ungaphakathi kithi kakhuba unkosi uChiliza ngibingelele ubaba meya ubaba Madlala ukwala eMnambithi bese ngicina ukubingelela ubuholi bonke obungaphakathi kithi igama nguThabo wakanhlabathi ngihamba nosisi icolleague uFezeka Manyathi siphuma kwa-IEC ukukomishane emele kahle thina sama MOC sihambela imiphakathi yangakithi sibafundisa on civic and democracy education zozama ukuyifinqa i-voter education yethu due to isikhathi esinikwe sona sokhuluma nje ngezinto ezibalekile as in ama-dates of registration, the importance of registration and our new online e-recruitment system and online system and okay sidlulele phambili ngizoqala ngisho ukuthi as we all know ama-local government elections ahlongozwa ayasondela nathi njengo-IEC uhlelo lethu lume ngemuva njengamanje wesuka iprocess yokutrya ukuthi sirejiste abantu singalindile ukuthi kuze kufike i-date yokuregister which is the 17th and 18th of July 2021 abantu bese ngakhona ukuregister from now onwards leading up to that registration weekend. Do bear in mind ukuthi there'll only be one registration weekend this election year due to ama-budget cuts. So sizama ngayo yonke indlela ukuthi encourage abantu ukuthi they should register. That's why we created an online system where we have website yethu you can able to change your address website yethu you are able to you are able to change your address, you are able to register online. And in doing so, there are projects in place like your School Democracy Week, your youth campaign projects, which is youth, the young youth, which is between the ages of 18 and 24. Register nanokuthi vote. Due to isikhathi sami ngizocela ukudlulisela kudadewethu uSifezeka Manyathi sengehla njena ngizothanda ukusho ukuthi let's stay safe and follow the protocols that are set by the health department I mean and be safe. Thank you.
Sanibonani, Pangweni Ufezeka Manyathi, representing IEC. So, uThabo njengoba besiseshilo ngama-dates e-registration, which is 17 to 18 of July 2021. And due to budget costs, we had to only have one registration weekend. In order for you to check whether you are registered, where you're registered, you can dial 32810, and they'll be able to tell you to register to register or not. Now, it's with the upcoming local government elections, it is important where you are registered because uvotela iward lakho ne councillor lakho. So, for an example, uma uthola ukuthi uhlala eThekwini kodwa uregister eMnambithi, you will have to vote eMnambithi for our local government elections. In order for you to vote eThekwini, you need to go and update your address. You can update your address during a registration weekend, or you can update it online. So, okwamanje, ama first-time voters awakwazi register online. Kodwa it's coming. IEC is moving more into the digital platform. So a lot of the things like applying for umsebenzi, updating your address is already on the IEC website. You can just go to www.elections.org.za. There you will create a profile. I-profile yakho izokuvumela ukuthi u-update i-address yakho, izokuvumela futhi ukuthi u-applyele imisebenzi ka-IEC. Because IEC is focusing a lot on the youth this year, IEC keep him savings, especially during registration time and especially during the voting time. And one of the things that we encounter is that a lot of people are not registered. So it is very important to register, especially IEC, because it's a prerequisite to be registered. Secondly, with the local government elections, registration budget allocated according to ward. So for example, ward in about 10. Kodwa ku-register abantu abawu-4. I-budget izo-allocatela abantu abawu-4, which means not adequate or not enough service delivery can be provided to your ward. So ngiyacela ukuthi sikhuthazele abantu ukuthi be-register, especially for proper and good service delivery to be delivered by our councillors of the ward. Lastly, with job requirements or applying, khona i-system ebizwa nge-recruitment ka-IEC. There are processes and steps that you go through. You create your profile, you create your password. There you upload your attachments, which are your CVs, your matric, your qualification, your ID, and your license. And then you can apply in any province in the country of South Africa. At any time. Kumanje ama-poster aphumile for i-registration period to be a registration staff. So you ungahamba namanje uhambe uyo-applyela ukusebenzela i-IEC. In closing, if you have any inquiries, you can feel free to contact our office through 036-637-7874, or you can go straight to the website www.elections.org and you'll find every single piece of information that you require on that website. Thank you so much for your time.
Sibashayeli ihlombe abakwa-IEC again. Siyabonga Ms. Manyathi and Mr. Ntlabati. We as a legislature are taking this issue of voter education very serious because our democracy depends, and the majority of our democracy depends on it. So we've started already we have gone to Zululand and Umkhanyakude, but we will also be going to other districts. So that's why we really appreciate that the federations felt important that we include this on the agenda. My again apologies, Mrs. Bia. I got carried away because I'm trying to not say I was misled. That I thought because I was being informed of other MECs who were joining us online. Welcome, Honorable MEC. We will now ask the Department of Labor to talk on the impact of COVID-19. We will then invite Mr. Simenyiwe Mchunu Macingwane then kuzokhuluma as well from Department of Labor ozokhuluma ngeudaba oluthinta EUIF backlogs okuzoba uMr. Sandile Kubheka. Ngokulandelana kwabo kuzoqala uMacingwane bese kuza umnumzane. So I have indicated I know that the federations are aware of some of the issues that we are not happy with. There is a department that is not, there is somebody who was supposed to present who's not here, and I'm aware that the federation said they will talk about that because we had agreed. I see the hand of Unobhala weKhosathu kwi-province yaKwaZulu-Natal, Ubaba Mkhize Xwabe, na uMpopo. Ngizocela nje ninginike ithuba awube ufutha ke.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, the Program Director. In fact, Chair, we are raising very much concerned. I think as the Speaker did allude earlier, that it's the first time we're inviting a Labour Court here. And the very first time we're inviting Labour Court decides not to pitch up. And we want to talk to this issue. We know that we're still going to have clarity questions later, but we want to send a very clear message, Chair, because we want to call for government intervention. This department is a department that its mandate is to ensure justice, social justice to the workers. And as we sit here today, as we speak here, Chair, we are very not happy about about Labour Court. We find that there is a serious delay of sitting of cases. Workers are now using this disjuncture to actually victimize workers. Even if workers do win cases at CCMA, they will refer cases to Labour Court because they know that the case will be sitting at Labour Court till such time even the worker loses his or her own life. And we wanted to engage on these matters, Chair, because when you talk about justice delayed is justice denied, is exactly what is happening at the Labour Court. And therefore, we want to call really government to assist on this one. We want to call government to actually facilitate engagement between Labour Court and ourselves. I'm saying that because the reason that they have sent here it shows that they are not taking us serious at all. You can't tell us that you are not coming here because Friday is a busy day to you. You are running around delivering files because the cases are now sitting virtually. That is the kind of excuse we have here. And we must say, Chair, that that is very much unacceptable, because our understanding is that Labour Court was aware about this engagement well in advance. They're supposed to be here and they're sending this lousy excuse only this morning. So we want to raise our sharp concern, Chair, on this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nopala. We share your frustration. We were also made aware this morning, MEC Nkonyeni, that Labour Court is no longer coming. There was a name in the program of somebody who was going to be here. And I think it's an issue that we will have to take it up, Honorable Mrs. Nkonyeni, because the frustration, as you hear from the Federation, I think it's not COSATU, it's a frustration of all the federations. In the entire planning, we always thought they were part, there was even a name of somebody who was going to deal with the issues that is raised by Labour. So I think it's an issue that we will also want to follow it up as the legislature, but I think, as Unopala says, the government must we must find a way that we frustrate some discussion, even if it's after this meeting. So let me allow, with that, let me allow ukubheka kuqala ukubheka uzokwenza konke. No, ake kuthiwa kuzoqala ke health and safety ubaba ukubheka.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the Premier in absentia, as represented by Mam Nkonyeni, all the MECs present. In terms of government, all protocol observed. And I also greet the organized labor and all sectors of our society present here today. If you can move to the third screen from that. Thanks. Thanks. The Department of Labor Inspection Enforcement Services is divided into three components. But in terms of the scope of the presentation today, dealing with the COVID-19 impact, the responsible component is occupational health and safety. We are responsible for many facets in terms of the occupational health and safety space. Currently, our structure has 163 posts, of which one is a specialist as field, 30 principal inspectors as field. Previously we had 5, but following the commitment by our minister that they were going to beef up the occupational health and safety component, what happened is that we received 124 new posts, and 25 of those were those of principal inspectors. We have 132 posts for inspectors, of which 107 are field, and 99 of those 132 posts are new. As I've indicated, in terms of the inspectors, we have 107 post field. We have vacancies due to promotions, as well as transfers, leading to re-advertisements. But then for all those 25 posts that are vacant, they are all in the process of recruitment procedures. What is being done by the Department of Labor regarding COVID-19? Initially, the Department of Labor in April developed the direction for COVID-19 under the Occupational Health and Safety Legislation. It was followed by another revision, or by a revision in June, and the final revision, which is the current document, in October 2020. We have been conducting inspections at both private and public sector entities. We have conducted joint inspections, which we found to have been very successful, leading to the adoption that this kind of inspections are going to continue. I'm glad to see Mr. Mkhize present today, because we have gone to quite a number of entities, especially during level 5 and 4, trying to assist the employees that were faced by circumstances where their rights were being violated. We do investigations of COVID-19 incidences, and we react to reported complaints of non-compliance. Further to that, we conduct advocacy. We've done advocacy to the unions and to employees, in particular for employees where the employers are keen to have their employees also adhering to COVID-19 protocols, as it were. Next slide. In terms of the outcomes of our inspections, last year, maybe if I can add, the 124 posts, those inspectors started coming in as from the 1st of October coming forward. So in the year 2020-2021, we had a target of 5,700 inspections, but then we managed to conduct 6,755 inspections. And as a matter of principle, due to the era we were living in last year, we had made a decision that for all our inspections, we're going to conduct COVID-19 inspections. Of those 6,755, 1,268 were reactive, and 5,847 were proactive. 3,634 complied on initial inspection, and 3,121 were found non-compliant and served with enforcement notices. That was upon initial inspections. And follow-up inspections are being conducted. One can report positively that for almost 80% of those that were not complying, we find that upon follow-up, they are complying. There are some that are in the process of being referred for prosecution, but of the 40 where we have referred such cases of non-compliance after follow-up inspection, we've had 7 admissions of guilt so far, and others are still pending. But that is the delay on the side of the NPA in terms of setting them up on a court roll. Next. So, regarding the compensation fund claims for COVID-19, we have received a total of 2,826 claims. 1,284 were accepted, 966 were repudiated. Those that are awaiting adjudication, we have 31. Rejected, it's 487. In adjudication, it's 58. So, one, in terms of the time allocation, we had to try and summarize what is it that is happening around the space of COVID-19 and occupational health and safety. And we would like to urge you once more that it is our collective duty to comply with COVID-19 protocols and save lives, both ours and everybody else's. Thank you.
Sibingelele kumalunga ahloniphekile eParliament nakubo bonke abakhona. Igama uSimenyiwe Mchunu from Department of Employment and Labor, particularly in the UIF program. Maybe one, before we go through the slides, must clarify that UIF got two separate programs. I'm going to focus particularly on the TERS, as it was highlighted as the topical issue that we should cover, and then cover the normal UIF as we know it as the Department of Employment and Labor. We are known to administer the fund that is called Unemployment Insurance Fund, where people on termination of employment, they go to our offices to apply for unemployment insurance claims. I'm not going to dwell much on what happened on the 26th of March 2020, because I believe we are all aware that the country was put in the state of disaster, where we were overcome by a pandemic disease that had put us in a situation that we have never been before. And that calls for decisions to be taken to save people's lives. Also, as a Department of Employment and Labor, UIF, we are mandated to administer the fund that is made out of employees' contributions. We therefore had to take from those funds a funding that is going to bridge the gap of income from the employees during the lockdown. As we are all aware that the lockdown due to the pandemic was not a fault of an employer and was not a fault of an employee. But there is also no law that says an employer must pay salaries where there are no business operations that are happening at the employer premises. And there is no law that says an employer must take away leave without and pay the employees through their leave or whatever the case may be because of pandemic, because it was not a cause by the employee nor by the employer. I'm going to focus on slide number, I don't know who's controlling, but on slide number 6, because the earlier slide maybe a clarification of mandate, where is our mandate derived, what happened, how were the decisions arrived at to make a special funding that is called Temporary Employer-Employee Relief Scheme. The first directives that we were given as an unemployment insurance fund was to administer that fund, whereby under normal circumstances, if the employees become unemployed, they will have to come to our offices to apply. And when you are applying, we need your banking details, the employment record submitted from your employer, and all those sort of documentation. But there was no time to say to the employees, go to the bank, obtain bank confirmation, go to your employers, come and queue at our offices. So we had to come up with the strategy of administering and ensuring that the funds flow to the employees. So the option that was taken was that the employers already have the information that we require to process claims, which is employees' profile. When did the person start to work? How much they are earning? Then the termination and the banking details in which the salary is paid. So the decision was that that data is going to be used to process these claims and then pay it to the employer. Then the employer is going to transfer the monies to the direct beneficiaries, which are the employees, while employees are sitting at home. The calculation of how much is going to be paid was also pronounced during that directive. That is going to work exactly the way the normal unemployment insurance fund claim works, is calculated, which is 38 to 60% of a person's salary not exceeding the ceiling. Later, on the 6th of April, Minister of Labour made a pronunciation that since there is a minimum wage act of 3,500, at times when the 38 to 60% scale is calculated, if it lands less than a minimum wage, the directive was that we must pay the minimum wage. However, if that scale lands an employee above the minimum wage, then whatever that employee qualifies for, it's what is going to be paid. So that was in directive number 2, which was dated on the 6th of April 2020. The option was to pay the money to the employer and the employer to pay it to the employee. There was also an appeal that was made by the president to say some of the employees who may qualify, because you will remember we were not ready for the pandemic. So we had to work up a system that is going to respond to these needs. And there were systems glitches at the beginning. So there was an appeal that was made to say those employers who can afford to advance the employees' monies, they may do so. So that by the time when the TERS claim is successful, they may then set off what they have paid to the employees and then forward what is due. If what they have paid in advance is above what the employee qualifies for, the employer is going to less what they have advanced to the employees and then pay to the employees what is due to them. There was a directive that speaks to that effect. You will only remember that UIF TERS was topical around June 2020, where it happens that money landed on some employers and was not transferred to the employees. That some also employers and even employees took advantage of a situation and then they made fraudulent claims towards the unemployment insurance fund where they collected a number of people and then they apply as if those people were employed. One of the other challenges was that some of the employers were not declaring their employees. You only find that only 1 or 2 employees are declared. So our system was to verify if the employee is declared, then we continue to pay. But if the employee is not declared, we ask the employer that you must first declare this employee. Some of the employers applied for people who were already out of work, which means those people were terminated prior to the 26th of May, 26th of March, sorry, which means whether COVID or no COVID, they would not be employed. Yet the fund was to focus on people who were out of employment as a consequence of lockdown. The people who were on maternity leave during the period were included, whereas those people for that particular month or 4 months, they would not be at work in any way, whether COVID or no COVID, and they would qualify for UIF maternity benefits. People who were on illness benefits as well, some of them were included. I won't go on and on the issues. I think people were aware because some of the issues were out in the media and were discussed on how the TERS fund was abused. We then had to put controls. If we can move to slide number 13, I think. Slide number 18. We had to put controls whereby the account of a person, the registration with CyPro, the DTI, the property where companies are registered, the registration of an employer at the bank, and the registration of an employer with us. These three triangle verification to control whereby people who were in prison got paid because they were declared as if they are working. People who were in school, maybe even claiming the fund that is called NSFAS, who were not in employment, were part of those people who were submitted by some employers frauding the fund. Those were some of the things that were found by Auditor General at that time. So we had to put these controls to ensure that the employer is registered, and the verification of these accounts and the ownership of the company, together with the verification of the employees that are declared, had to put in place to ensure that the fund is safeguarded. That is why initially some of the employers who were paid, but on the other claims that followed up later, they were not be able to pay it because there was a discrepancies in terms of this verification, which was put in place to control the fraudulent activities that were happening during that time. There were further extension in terms of application for TERS month after month as the president was announcing the extension of lockdown. Currently, we are receiving claims from 15 October 2020 to 15 March as it was announced by the president, but it excludes certain sectors that are already open and operational, but it only includes the sectors that are outside those exclusions, such as accommodation, swimming pools, entertainment centers, and so forth. So those are the only parts that are excluded. Now, lastly, we are flooded with inquiries where employers have received the money but did not transfer it to the employees, which is very topical. The Department of Employment and Labor have employed the services of auditing firms throughout the country to embark on a follow the money project. The follow the money project works like this. Whatever that was paid to the employer was not supposed to benefit the employer in any way. It was directed to the employees. They are going to go to each employer. 100% employers who have benefited from the fund are going to be audited. The proof that the money did reach the intended beneficiaries will have to be supplied. And already to this stage, more than 500 million have been returned to the Department of Labor Fund by bogus employers, and the monies that were paid to the employers in error or fraudulently, because now the employers are surrendering those monies. These reports from these audits, there is a specialized team working with SIU and Hawks that are going to be dealing directly with the Follow the Money project once the report has been obtained that the money did not reach its intended beneficiaries. And to this end, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel that it is reaching by looking at the employers who are returning the money. It works in two ways. Employees who also receive the money that they did not qualify for will have to pay it back to their employer. For example, those who were on maternity leave, who are supposed to benefit from the maternity application, you will find that the system has blocked their maternity application so that the money that was paid for TERS must be returned so that we pay the benefit of maternity leave. That's how we are dealing with the two systems, which is the normal benefit route and the TERS benefit route. So you cannot double dip, get the salary or get maternity benefits and also receive the TERS at the same time for the same period. If there are discrepancies, both the claims are frozen until that clarification is sorted. I will leave it there and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kega and Mr. Mtunu. You can take your seats because there will be, in the program, there will be question. The reason I allowed you to go a little bit more of your time, I know you are dealing with issues that are directly affecting the workers. We are now I'm just indicating so that those who are coming don't think I will be generous with time. We're now going to ask Ms. Patel from the CCMA, who she's going to join us and do a presentation online. I'm told she's now connected. Ms. Patel.
Labour. Greetings on behalf of the CCMA, our national office. We appreciate your including us in this event, and we are happy to share some insights on the state of CCMA with yourself. So I'm just going to share my presentation, and I trust that you'll all be able to see it. Can you please confirm that you can see my screen? I need you.
Can I suggest that, because there's a challenge, whilst we are sorting that, until we are sure that that presentation is sorted, can we come back to you, Ms. Patel, whilst the technical people are assisting us? can we jump and come back to you so that we don't take a lot of time? I think they will assist us. When they were assisted, can we allow that we will come back to this presentation and then we proceed with another presentation from the Department of Economic Development, so that I don't do injustice in calling your surname. Rather, let me call you Cosmas, so that I don't find myself in trouble. Is that
okay? It's fine with me if you want to come back to me later.
Program Director, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to take you through the progress that has been made with regards to the KwaZulu-Natal economic reconstruction and transformation plan. Before I proceed, I will also begin by taking cognizance of the presence of the Honorable Speaker, the MECs present, and also thanking my Honorable MEC Ravi Pillay for giving us this opportunity for giving me this mandate to go through this presentation. Just to indicate, Program Director, that this work that I'm presenting today, it's actually on behalf of the economic sectors, economic sectors, employment, investment, and infrastructure development, which is one of the cabinet sectors responsible for economic development and infrastructure development in the province. So you note, Program Director, that we are presenting the progress that we have made in terms of the reconstruction and transformation plan of cabinet of the province, which was actually drafted in response to COVID-19 pandemic. The presentation is in two parts. It will talk to the reconstruction plan, the first part, and then the second part will deal with the funding programs available for SMMEs and cooperatives in the province. And my colleague from Trade and Investment, Ms. Claude Moodley, will briefly talk about that. In terms of the background, Honorable Program Director, you note that this process actually started in April 2020, where the President gave us a mandate to actually develop a reconstruction plan. So you note that in the presentation, we'll highlight the progress that has been made, particularly with regards to the projects that have been identified. And also on slide 2, you also note that the budgets that have been provided in the medium-term strategic framework, and also some projects are already under implementation. In terms of methodology, there were a number of work streams that were formulated in April 2020, and these work streams range from agriculture, industrial development, health, clothing and textiles, all the way to finance and red tape. And these work streams really informed the sectors, the priority sectors that I will also indicate in my presentation. So there were various webinars that were also undertaken by the MECs as well as the Premier, and also the presentations were done to the social clusters, particularly in the Economic Council and also other national government structures, as well as adoption by the Executive Council in September 2020. Also to indicate in this presentation, Program Director, is that there has already been a social compact that has been signed by the various social partners in April 2021. In terms of the methodology, on slide 4, you note that there were a number of industry engagements that were undertaken, particularly with the various industrial players, the public as well as receiving buy-in from the various private sector as well. And hence, we have already signed a social compact for implementation, and various sector departments are now implementing the recovery plan. On slide number 7, we highlight the priority sectors that inform the KwaZulu-Natal Reconstruction and Transformation Plan. Sector number 1 is agriculture and land reform. Number 2 is industrial development that also talk to manufacturing. There is also agro-processing. There is the pharmaceutical sector, the clothing and textiles, the automotive sector, the oceans economy. There is the informal sector that has already been spoken about as well. And then the tourism sector is one of the sectors that was heavily affected by the great lockdown. The creative industry that also talk to sports and recreation. There is also infrastructure development, which was also identified as one of the wins for economic recovery in the province. The telecommunications and digital economy. There is also the investment and exports, particularly to make sure that we then attract investments and we take advantage of some of the opportunities that are bequeathed in African Continental Free Trade Agreement, as well as other international markets, and also issues around business retention as well. There are also policy imperatives that are guiding the economic reconstruction program, issues around the need to address spatial inequalities in levels of economic development, particularly underdevelopment, economic modernization, where we need to look at our infrastructure, and also the need to deal with a broadband infrastructure. Localization, which is also an area that has already been alluded to in this speech of the Premier, the regional integration initiatives, issues around social compacting, co-concurrence, beneficiation and value addition. We need to make sure that we also look at private public partnerships in implementing economic development projects as well as infrastructure. Economic transformation, also quite important. There are also cross-cutting issues around entrepreneurship development and SMME development, informal sector, employment and empowerment, particularly looking at the targeted groups, women, youth, people living with disability, as well as military veterans, and also the need to look at rural economic development and also developing our social, our townships. And then on slide number 8, it then alludes to issues around social compacting that has already been signed by the social partners, government, business, labor, as well as the civil society, which has already highlighted the need for us as various sectors in the economy to implement the recovery plan. I have already indicated that the social compact was actually signed in April, at the end of April 2021. Then the first sector is land and agriculture. There are a number of programs that have been identified around mechanization, household food security, support smallholder farmers in the province, and also unlocking the egg industry as well, the dairy industry, the livestock, particularly goat industry as well. The key industrial interventions that have been identified, I will not go through all of them, but the main ones that we are focusing on slide 10 is support the development of special economic zones, particularly the Dube Trade Port, as well as the Richards Bay industrial zones. Honorable Premier has already alluded to the Nyanza investment that is also within the Richards Bay IDZ. There is also the clothing and textile SCZ, which is under conceptualization, which will talk to a corridor development approach ranging from N2, N3, as well as N11, covering areas around Utukela as well as Amajuba. Revitalization of our industrial estates, Isitebe, Madadeni, as well as the one in Late Smith, Ezakeni, the automotive supplier park south of Durban, which is envisaged to unlock the entire SMME sector in as far as the automotive sector is concerned. Government garages with a pilot in Pietermaritzburg, which will then be extended to other townships. The leather processing hub, which has also been alluded in the Premier's address. Operation Vula Fund as one of the funding mechanisms available to unlock or to support SMME sector in the province. Also, bulk buying a program of government, which is a program that is earmarked to assist our SMMEs in access to markets within government and also the private sector. And then we have the regional industrial economic hubs, the one product, one district, which is also being implemented. And then support localization of value chains, particularly in the pharmaceutical sector. Within Dube Trade Port, there are some investments that we are pursuing, particularly with CIPLA, to actually develop the pharmaceutical sectors in the province. Then there is also the oceans economy, where we are looking at stimulating the shipbuilding industry in the province, and also fast-tracking the boat industry, issues around fisheries and aquaculture, where we have already identified some pilot projects around the province as well. Then tourism, we are mainly looking at issues around domestic and international marketing, and also upgrading a number of infrastructure projects, which are also highlighted in this slide, particularly around tourism infrastructure, such as the lodges, as well as other infrastructure projects. Renewable energy, key to this is around unlocking the solar industry, the solar rooftops, as well as looking at the small-scale solar embedded programs in partnership with COGTA, as well as SAUGA as well, and the entire biogas energy. There are already a number of private companies that are working with government to develop the biogas the biogas sector as well. And then the informal economy, which is actually looking at an infrastructure development to support our informal sectors within our townships, within our urban areas. So there is a number of programs or initiatives that have also been identified, which are actually looked at in this slide as well. And then infrastructure development, which is one of our key building blocks of the reconstruction program, which has looked at the need for us to reprioritize budgets towards high impact programs. There are a number of projects that receives funding from provincial treasury as well during the reconstruction plan process. We are also looking at our regional airports, particularly Pietermaritzburg, Margate, Mukuze Airport, as well as Ladysmith Airport, Newcastle Airport, which are also receiving government funding from an upgrading point of view. Then the telecommunications sector as well is also quite important, where we are looking at developing broadband, and also we have already set up a PMU, which will actually be implementing various broadband across the province as well. And then the arts and culture, where we are also looking at various infrastructure programs, particularly around libraries in the province as well. And lastly, the creative industry, that is also looking at a number of programs to unlock the creative industry in the province, and also assist players to actually develop this particular sector. And then trade investment, and then to say, how do we attract investment into the province, noting these major programs that have been identified, and also working with our SMMEs to support trade, and also capacitating them so that they can take advantage of the market that has been opened within the African Continental Free Trade Agreement as well. That's the end of the recovery plan, or the reconstruction and transformation plan. The second part, Honorable Program Director, was only going to look at the mechanisms that are available to support SMMEs as well as co-ops in the province, and my colleague, Ms. Moodley, was going to do this particular presentation.
No, that's fine. But you don't leave, because they still have to ask questions. Okay, all right. That's it. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause, please. All these presentations, I will ask our team from the legislature that they make sure that the delegates also have these presentations. I apologize because I'm going to push a bit because of our time. I do not know, can I get an indication if Ms. Patel is ready to do the presentation? I'm not getting any sign from the back. Okay, Ms. Patel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Program Director, Honorable Speaker Boyce, Honorable Deputy Speaker Mtembo, members of the Labour Federation, and all other attendees, all protocols observed. On behalf of the CCMA, I am pleased to present a presentation dealing with the current state of affairs at the CCMA, and particularly how the recent budget cuts and the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted on the operations of the CCMA. The CCMA is currently sailing through a rough storm, and this has been as a result of the number of challenges that the organization has been facing, particularly as a result of the budget cuts, as I said earlier, and the COVID-19 pandemic. A famous author, John Maxwell, once said, "The pessimist complains about the wind. The optimist expects the wind to change, but the leader adjusts the sails." And at the CCMA, that is exactly what we've had to do. We've had to adjust our sails in a few areas in order to navigate the storm and protect the vessel, our organization, that has been in existence for the past 25 years. Incidentally, this year is the 25th year, the silver anniversary of the CCMA. So the organization has, on the overall, seen a government grant reduction, and this has had a marked impact on the ability of the organization to function as the way it would normally do. And one of the key reasons for this reduction was actually the COVID-19 pandemic, and this resulted in requiring us to reprioritize the way in which the budget would be spent. As part of the national expenditure process of the 2021-2022 financial year, a total of 992 million was allocated to the CCMA. And over the MTEF period, the midterm expenditure period, financial period, the total reduction of that grant from the initial allocation is 301.6 million. It was anticipated that the CCMA grant allocation would be reduced by 617 million. With the final allocation, the grant was reduced to instead 301.6 million over the MTEF period. The CCMA will thus have a budget shortfall of 90 million, and this is based on the revised allocation in the 2021-22 financial year. The events for the 2021-2022 financial year is projected to be 277,325 cases, which require 63,750 days. The total cost for doing this is 266 million. This is based on the, sorry, my slides are jumping around. This is based on the 2021-22 budget, and the CCMA only has a total of 153 million. Can we go back to the previous slide? 153 million, assuming that fees are not increased for the financial year, which represents 57% of the funds that we have available. Next slide, please. This actually means the implication of this will be that we'll be unable to do the bulk of our cases because we are missing 43% now. And this also further results in the fact that part-time commissioner fees will be a challenge and will have to be partially funded. And this partial funding will have an impact on the CCMA meeting its statutory obligations of conciliating matters within 30 days of the date of referral. So this is a serious, significant impact on our operation. So accordingly, as we navigate the storm, these challenges, and adjust ourselves to meet the storm, we are calling upon you, all our users, our social partner representatives, to assist us in protecting this organization to reach its intended destination and deliver the kind of services that you expect of us. Expedited dispute resolution that we have been entrusted with, and ensuring that we promote the objectives of the LRA: social justice, economic development, labor peace, and the democratization of the workplace in accordance with our mission, vision, and values. This assistance will then be managed through the private and public partnership framework of the CCMA. Next slide, please. With regard to Section 189, this is another area which has presented a lot of challenges. As you know, our economy has been seriously affected and has also been battered as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And even prior to the pandemic, our economy was already struggling. And the pandemic worsened the situation. With the result, we saw unemployment rates increasing and business closures also increasing. So we've had to sharpen our skill with regard to Section 189. And it's not only the large-scale retrenchments that we have to be aware of and be mindful of, it's also the small-scale retrenchments. Small business has been also suffering very severely, so we're also there to assist small business as well. Our head office has the Employment Security Unit, and each provincial office has a commissioner dedicated to take care of employment security issues and the retrenchments that we are seeing, the retrenchment issues, the Section 189 small-scale retrenchments, and the Section 189A facilitation, which is utilized for large-scale retrenchments. I'm sure you're all familiar with the legislation and the whole Section 189 process, which has to be followed. What I would also like to mention that, as I said earlier, we're giving small business SMMEs as enough attention as we would give to large-scale corporates when we're conducting the Section 189A facilitation. So we're not giving them any less attention because they're also very important and very significant to our economy. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is what I spoke about. Section 189A, you would know, relates to large-scale retrenchments. It's the facilitation that the CCMA conducts. Our commissioners are especially trained to conduct these specialized facilitations in respect of large-scale retrenchments, and we've seen a significant increase in this area as well. And this has been a major struggle for us because the fact is that we haven't been able to utilize as many full-time commissioners as we would like to deal with all these cases. But as we said, we've adjusted our scales, and we're trying to sail through the storm as best as we can. Next slide, please. Next slide. That's also the Section 189A facilitation. So the Section 189 trends that you see on this slide for the 2018-2019 financial year, right up to the period April 2021 and 2022, you will see that these referrals over the years have increased. But in March this year, at the end of the 2020-2021 financial year, we saw this stabilizing to some extent. But as you can see, in April this year, in the current financial year, for the first quarter, when the new financial year commenced in April, we saw referrals reaching 399, which is somewhat of a reduction from earlier times, but still the situation is not very good in this regard. But it seems to be stabilizing to some extent in terms of referrals in relating to Section 189. Next slide, please. With regard to Section 189A trends, during the same period, 2018-19 financial year to the current financial year, again, you will see in terms of Section 189A trends, if you look at the bottom of that slide showing the 2021-2022 financial year, in April this year, we had 34 referrals, which is, again, somewhat of a reduction. But you would notice that the referrals from small business has been higher as compared to the referrals from large business, large-scale retrenchments. Next slide, please. Okay, the CCMA has adopted a serious job-saving strategy, which we call the holistic approach to dismissals for operational requirements, to job saving. And in terms of this job-saving strategy, in terms of this holistic approach, we ensure effective facilitation of large-scale retrenchment processes, and we try to give as much support as we can to businesses in distress. And when I talk about distress, I'm talking about particularly financial distress. And we do this through exploring alternatives to retrenchment and alternatives to business closure. The holistic approach means also that we work with all the other organizations to assist us in our endeavors to minimize retrenchments, to support business as well. And organizations like the Department of Employment and Labor, like Productivity South Africa, the Department of Trade and Industry, the Industrial Development Corporation, and any other organization that can assist us in this regard. So the holistic approach means that we explore all possible alternatives to save jobs, to prevent business closures, and we work with the other supporting organizations that I mentioned to meet our objectives of saving jobs as much as we can, and to prevent business closure. Where the retrenchments are unavoidable, there is also still a need to assist retrenchees to access support and survival mechanisms, such as the mechanisms provided by the Department of Employment and Labor and Productivity South Africa, and any other kind of support that retrenchees would need. So we would not allow the retrenchees to go ahead, having lost their jobs without any support. We still feel the need to afford them some support. We also facilitate sector sustainability initiatives and assist businesses in distress to access enterprise support for particular sectors. So that would also mean working to some extent with the CETAs and the bargaining councils, and in specific sectors that have been significantly affected. Harnessing optimal resources through the partnerships. As I said, we have strategic partnerships with the Department of Employment and Labor, with Productivity South Africa, and various other organizations that would assist us to support businesses in distress and employees who have lost their jobs. We've also developed a system of early warning signs. And so the slide that you see there shows you the aspects of the holistic approach. We would like to be warned or informed as soon as possible of any business which is in financial distress, or even if the business or the organization foresees that it's going to be in financial distress soon. We would like to be informed. We would like to introduce the sector sustainability initiatives and ensure effective Section 189A facilitation where this is applicable in the event of large-scale retrenchments. Also, analyzing the economic rationale for the business closure, and also provide effective alternatives to retrenchment, including the temporary employer-employee relief scheme. This is not to be confused with the TERS that is dealt with by the Department of Employment and Labour. The TERS that the CCMA is involved with is a program where employers or employees and unions or employer organizations who are in financial distress may voluntarily apply to the CCMA to be put on the temporary employee relief scheme, and that scheme allows for the parties, for the employees, for the employment relationship to be suspended whilst the employees go on a training program. And whilst the employees are on that training program, they receive a hefty percent, 75% of their salary in the form of a training allowance, and in addition, they're being upskilled. How does the TERS also help employers? Well, it provides employers with some kind of financial breather where during the period that the employees are on the training program, the employer does not have to pay the employees a salary. The employer does, however, have to also pay basic social security benefits such as unemployment insurance and any pension and benefits and so forth.
As you conclude, Ms. Patel. As you conclude, Ms. Patel.
Yes.
As you conclude.
So those are what the CCMA is currently doing to assist the current situation and to meet the kind of challenges that we are facing and ensure that our users get the best service possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Patel. A round of applause. Thank you. We are now going to have last presentation from the Department of Health. This morning we started at the hospital and there was correction. I see Mr. So-and-so here, and I know they went to school not to be called Mr. But for some reason, they are called Mr. here, so that it's not my fault, but hotel. Ukuthi na esikoleni ban ukuthi ningabizwa ngo Mr. kodwa ba decide ukunibiza ngo Mr. We're going to have this presentation from the Department of Health. Then after that, we are going to have questions and answers. We have agreed now with the questions and answers, which we are going to manage very well, I'm sure, in terms of we are going to break because we are still under regulations. We are going to break for lunch so that they do what they need to do in terms of health protocols, but also we've been sitting inside this room for a while now. So that will then we'll announce the process of, because that lunch is not going to be too long as well. We'll then come back where it's going to be a plenary session where the delegates take the program forward. So I'm going to allow Ulanga no Babu Zung to do the presentation on the COVID-19 NHI and vaccination. They will then tell us how then they divide that, but time remains the same. They just divide who starts with what. Time is not going to change.
Mphathi wohlelo Mhlonishwa Sonzice, usomlomo ohloniphekile nosekela somlomo, umhlonishwa undunankulu omelwe ngumama uNkonyeni, inkosi yaseMadungeni, Ndabezitha, ubaba umeya osamukele, ngabahlonishwa abakhona ongqongqoshe namakhansela, bonke abakhona nabasebenzi, siyanibingelela.
We'll try to squeeze our time within the given the time. Basically, I will start by introducing the concept here, NHI, as to what is the country aiming to achieve and the province to achieve by implementing national health insurance. We have a responsibility of ensuring that the citizens of South Africa access quality healthcare services in all the areas, the service of in need that is needed by the consumer of the service, irrespective of the capacity of your own pocket and your budget. As such, by implementing national health insurance in South Africa, we're working towards ensuring universal health coverage, that every person access quality healthcare services. In the current phase, we have actually identified a few priorities that are critical and trendsetters that will change the nature and the profile of health services in South Africa. In the current phase, we focused on improving our health systems in the country, ensuring that we engineer primary care services so that it responds to our needs and it emphasizes our priority of ensuring preventative approach to healthcare services. We are also now focusing also in ensuring that quality of health services through clinical governance and other systems quality improvement strategies are implemented. And as such, when you look at the systems that we're putting in place in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, yes, of course, throughout the country, South Africa, are aimed at ensuring that clinical governance and the quality of our infrastructure is the one that restores the dignity of the citizens that are consuming our services. But we've also noted the fact that for us to deliver quality health services, we require leaders that are up to the task. And as such, we're investing on leadership and governance of the health services, but also the supplies in the health sector, especially the pharmaceutical supplies and the medical supplies, are a priority in us moving towards the realization of the national health insurance. The provisioning of health technology, infrastructure, and health support equipment and the machinery in the province. As such, towards ensuring that we ensure the universal health coverage in the country, on top of our own clinical staff that we have within the department, within the limited resources that we have from the equitable share and others, we have also complemented through the NHI grant the supply of 104 medical officers that are actually visiting our rural health facilities in the deep rural areas across the entire province. In the current financial year, we have contracted through the NHI grant 104 doctors from the private practice areas so that we also inculcate the culture of the partnership with the private sector. A general practitioner in a certain place, at Mtubatuba, for example, who's having a practice, we have contracted him to actually give us about 3 to 4 hours every day before he goes into his private practice so that we foster that partnerships and working together with the private sector. I'm not going to get into the details of how many per each district, but in the presentation, the information is there. That contracting has actually ensured that all communities do not necessarily have to actually take a bus to go to the furthest clinic, hospitals, but they can actually be seen by a doctor on a book schedule in the neighborhood clinic in the different communities. And they are actually also providing in-service training and capacity building to our professional staff that is working in the clinic, be it nurses or any other professional personnel. On the health systems improvement, we have invested on the digital technology and ICT technology. That has actually ensured us that we navigate, even during this time of the COVID-19, the lockdown. We have full controls now of our pharmaceutical supplies. Myself sitting at the provincial office, I can actually have a view throughout the province as to where the shortages of which drugs and how we can actually redistribute drugs that are in abundance, say at Herigwala, but are needed at Amajuba district through the investment systems that we have put in place. And yes, of course, through our health patient record management systems, we have also managed to even manage our clients during the COVID-19 period, and also through the CCMDD program, we have actually managed to rationalize our services. As part of the investment, again, we are also clearing any backlogs. Program Director, you would appreciate now that the Department of Health is less in the news about the challenges relating to oncology, backlogs, and other issues, because we have actually invested on the health systems and also funded that particular aspect in order to clear all the backlogs that are in the system. I have to actually indicate, Program Director, that the process of the NHI bill is still ongoing. Last year, or year before last, yes, it's last year, we had public consultations throughout the province, at least specifically in 4 venues spread across the entire province of KwaZulu-Natal. Whilst that is a national competency program, but we took keen interest in actually, and we appreciate the contribution of Abasebenzi and the mobilization and the inputs that were received from Abasebenzi in all the areas. Out of the 108 speakers who took the microphone in the public consultation in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, 102 speakers said, we support the national health insurance. Then 6 commented and raised a few questions and here and there, but 102 out of 108 said, we support the national health insurance. At national, currently, we have 46,000 submissions that came from all the provinces that are awaiting the process of the parliament to be processed. And we finally have the bill passed. I have to conclude, Program Director, by saying through the NHI initiatives in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we are now focusing specifically as our priority as this province on improving clinical governance oversight, formalizing the public-private partnerships, improving quality on healthcare services, improving access to basic, specialized, and basic healthcare services, like clearing the backlog in the forensic psychiatric services and other specialized services, and also establishing a tertiary institution in the northern part of KwaZulu-Natal, expanding the capacity of the health system, especially investing on the digital platform, implementing quality improvement, and we're soon going to be launching the Ideal Hospital Realization and Maintenance Program as part of the initiative for this particular financial year. And also, we have ensured that all the 76 private health facilities that are operating in the province of KwaZulu-Natal are every year assessed and licensed by the Department of Health, which has got the mandate to deliver on that. I have team members, Baba Ulondalanga, will actually speak briefly about the COVID-19 update up to date. Thank you.
Greetings to Honorable Program Director Sonjika and Mrs. President, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier in absentia, delegates, all protocol observed, members of the legislature and members of the Workers' Parliament. I greet you all. I will try and summarize the presentation. I trust that it will be flighted up there. Because of limited time constraints, I will try to be fast. As a background information, at the beginning of 2021, following a peak of the second wave, South Africa as a country had secured 1.5 million doses of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccines. And on the 7th February 2021, a month after the decision to procure AstraZeneca vaccines, new results from the researchers revealed that the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine could only provide 27% protection against a mild to moderate COVID-19 which therefore prompted the government to stop the rollout of this vaccine. And then on the World Health Organization recommendation using a COVID vaccine that offers, we were then advised to use a COVID vaccine that offers at least to 50% protection in a wide-scale rollout. In South Africa adjusted the COVID-19 vaccine rollout plan to be an implementation study conducted by both the National Department of Health and the Medical Research Council, and it was then called Isisonke study. The Isisonke study was to roll out the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and on the 16th February of 2021, South Africa received the first 80,000 doses of J&J, which was distributed to 16 sites all over the country. In KwaZulu-Natal, we received 10,800 doses out of the 80,000, and those doses were split between Inkosi Albert Luthuli Hospital and Prince Mshiyeni Hospital. And on the 18th February 2021, we launched the implementation of phase 1 vaccination rollout plan at Prince Mshiyeni by the Honorable Premier. The following hospitals listed here there's been a number of hospitals that have rolled out the phase 1A Sisonke study. And to mention a few, Inkosi Albert, Itindale, St. Augustine being a private, General Kizenga Mpanza Hospital, Matate and GJ Crooks, Ladysmith here, Christ the King, Dandi Hospital, Vryheid, Ngwelezane, and Mary Clinic in Pietermaritzburg and Hlabisa. It should be noted that these hospitals were also vaccinating staff from the catchment facilities. The allocation, which now I'm not going to separate between the private and public, is that we first had the first batch of 10,800, which we split between public which we split between private and public, with public receiving the majority. And then secondly, the second batch, which was rolled out on the 1st of March, was 15,520, and of which 10,985 was allocated to the public. The hospitals that benefited was Itindale Hospital, General Justice Kizenga in Stenga, Watuguza, Madate Hospital, Prince Mshiyeni, and Nedkane Hospitals. The fourth batch also, we then received another batch on the 29th, which was 8,520, still being the Sisonke study, but that was distributed to Ladysmith, Dandi, Vryheid, St. Augustine, and Ngwelezane. On the fourth batch as well, also on the final batch, which was a 200,000 consignment on the 12th of April, was 35,200. And we've got hospitals on the presentation that were the recipients of those. There was a pause of Sisonke implementation study, which then resumed again on the 28th of April. The total number of health workers targeted was 162,142 for both private and public. The total public sector had targeted 112,355, and the rest was, the 49,000 was for the private sector. The number of vaccinations completed under Sisonke protocol is 92,705 for both public and private. I need to say this, honorable members, that with the Sisonke study, because it was a research study, there were stringent measures for people when they registered, that they also had to register and give consent to join the study. The department has already vaccinated 81,558, which is 73% of the targeted public sector staff. The total remaining staff to be vaccinated for both public and private is 46,905. We have a total of 7,616 vaccinators that have been trained. The bulk of the health workers have been vaccinated under the Sisonke vaccination implementation start. We quickly browse on to the logistics. It is important to note that we have used two types in South Africa of vaccines, being the J&J and the Pfizer vaccines. And then how it can be utilized is that it can be used, the J&J vaccine is suitable for individual over 18 years, and the Pfizer for individual over 16 years. The difference between the two doses is that the J&J, you only receive one jab, and then for the Pfizer, it is two doses that could be anything between 21 days apart for another shot. I then move quickly to the phase 2 vaccination rollout, the alignment of and changes to the targets. I think the colleagues will be and honorable members will be pleased to know to be reminded that the phase 1 was targeting the healthcare workers, phase 2 was targeting the 60 and above, and also we had looked at workers with comorbidities over 40 years. And then the third phase, phase 3, will be targeting the rest of the population. This is a massive operation. The department has started with phase 2 vaccination using the Pfizer vaccine. There's a total of 689 health facilities and community centers that have been prepared for vaccination sites in the province to roll out the vaccination program for both Pfizer and J&J. 147 vaccination sites are already conducting the vaccination. A total of 1,657 vaccinators will be working in different vaccination sites. It's important to note that 27 health facilities and 5 community vaccination sites commenced the Pfizer vaccine on the 17th of May, and the rest of the facilities will follow as more doses of J&J are received and delivered. The delivery of vaccine started on the 13th of May. It is envisaged that J&J vaccine will be received in mid-June 2021, and the J&J vaccine is planned to be used mostly in the rural settings, as the criteria for using it in terms of the storage and the cold chain is much more relaxed than the Pfizer. There are a total of 1,299 outreach personnel that will be moving to the mobile vaccination sites. The department is targeting for phase 2 and the 3. For phase 2, we are targeting 2,933,154 million of the members of the population, and of which 955 and 48 are members of the community who are above 60 years. There are also 41 old age homes in the province with 3,363 residents. The department has vaccinated a total of 60,048 over 60s since the start of the phase 2 in May 17 of this year. The total vaccinated as from the 17th of May to the 23rd of May is 83,462. This total includes healthcare workers and the over 60 years. This phase will commence, the third phase will commence in mid-November and May and end in May 2022. The department will have a target of 30 vaccinations per 5 days per week after receiving the J&J. If the target is achieved, we'll be able to complete phase 2 vaccination in October, then commence with phase 3. The facilities that are listed in the slides are those that will start rolling out the Pfizer. It is important to note that we have identified 74 health facilities and 73 community sites that will be used for the vaccination rollout. The department has 1,299 dedicated outreach staff who will be conducting the outreach vaccination services. Staff will be roving moving from one area to the other, and starting with the old age homes, visiting the homesteads, because we've noted that there are people that are afraid who will also require vaccination. So therefore, when the staff complete the vaccination, the target group from the site, they will move to the next site. So in the area where you are, if we are then informed that the vaccinators will be there, please exercise patience, because they'll be moving from one side to the area to the other side from the area in the geographical area where you are situated. Let me proceed now to the other important part here, the registration on the electronic vaccine data system. Every person that will be vaccinated need to register on the EVTS. That is why we felt it is important that there must be a proper network in the areas where we'll be, because we have to ensure that as we vaccinate, people are registered, and the information that is captured is then reported and deposited into the national portal, so that national government can have the proper and relevant statistics to inform planning, and also ensure that when we report even in Parliament, we have the correct statistics. All health facilities, including district offices, have established EVTS registration kiosks to assist those that cannot self-register. 169 mobile clinics and 193 school health teams, 316 ward-based outreach teams, which include 10,350 community health workers, are supporting the above 60 years to register on the EVTS. Each community health worker has been given a target of 10 60-year-olds and above that she needs to assist on a daily basis. The teams have been well capacitated on the EVTS system. In other district registration of the above 60 years on EVTS is being supported by other stakeholders. We have 315,458 60 years and above that have registered. The registration platform, we have three options. There is an unstructured supplemental USSD base. There is also a WhatsApp-based platform and a website-based registration that can be utilized to actually register. But also the USSB, because we know of the unemployment and challenges with airtime, the USSD does not require data or airtime for you to register. But it's important to note that an ID is required, an ID number is required for the EVTPS, the EVDS. Also, the information that gets captured is your ID number, passport. If you are from another country, asylum seeker number, the RSA ID or refugee number. We also have to enter the location where you want to be vaccinated. That is very important. And if you're a member of a medical aid, you will need your medical aid number and provider. Towards the end, because time does not allow, we have used some form of communication and demand generation, where we're using media and social media and the lunchtime chat MEC way to unpack and clarify issues. We've been using Amaloud hailing to ensure that those people who want information, and we've taken note that there are people who are still hesitant about the vaccination. We have made all available efforts to ensure that all consent questions are addressed at that lower level. I thank you.
Ngicela sishayele usothole noGwabini izandla. Ewashini lami u10:01 ngokwe program imibuzo nezimpendulo ku10 minutes. Lokho kusho ukuthi ngo 25 past so break asiye lunchini. Now I'm going to allow hands mhlawumbe indicate ukuthi umbuzo wakho ubhekise kwephi presentation. Ungaqali ngesingeniso nabahlonishwa bese bebingeleliwe earlier so that ungababali bonke ngoba ngizogcina ngikuvimba ungakafika embuzweni. So by show of hands, delegates, we must also take note that there is plenary where you will then be engaging so that we will take resolutions. That I know the leaders have been working on the resolutions. I'm going to give you numbers. There is number 1, there is number 2, there is number 3, there is number 4, there is number 5. Yeah, vele lo 5 wenel. Can then we do that? Kunabafowethu abazobahamba ngama belokhuza senze show nje njoba uspeaker beshilo singakhohlwa kakhulu ukubuye siyibuyiselele siphuza amanzi buye siyibuyisele into esiyifakile kwenze ukuthi singathiwa sagula sise parliament labasebenzi. Asiqaleke mhlambe nje for ukuba nama records uzisho igama nesibongo nokuthi uphuma kweyiphi lokhuza i-federation. Number 1 uyena nje lo woxolana emva kwakhe.
Okay. Ngiyanibingelela ubonkoso kwaqwabe from Fedos. No, ngiyayizwa ngifuna ukugcila kule presentation le yokugcina. Ukuthi ugovernment uthi there are 2 types of vaccination. Kune Pfizer, kune J&J, Johnson kwashaqebe. Ngicela ukwazi ianalysis yama expectation why le funa sijove kabili yaka Pfizer kodwa le sijova kanye. Ngifuna ukuthola nje kulokho nje. Ngiyabonga.
Number 2.
Thank you, Noma Rashia Kaluza from Kosatu. My question, clarity-seeking question, is on the vaccine and the vaccination program. Considering the presentation made, I just want to check, based on the understanding, Chair, that vaccination has stages in their production and the program of vaccination itself. As we have 2 in the country, can I be clarified on the efficacy levels of both vaccines? But maybe before we get there, if I can also check, Chairperson, the stage at which we are, understanding that sometimes it starts with investigations, research, trials, clinical trials in this case. Is there any empirical evidence regarding these vaccines, that they are indeed the vaccines to be trusted. Question is asked based on the information and misinformation that is in circulation. And we think that this parliament must also be empowered so that we guide workers. Thank you.
Hayi nobhala ngiyathemba ukuthi bayabhala odokotela la. Hayi not no akunjalo mngoni. Kunomyalezo lana manje uTreasurer senqana nje ukumphazamisa unobhala bathi ngazi ukuthi khona into ezibukwayo ngazi ukuthi bekuvela amasingili kuphela ngesikhathi ekhuluma sengithi hayi kulungile unobhala siyamazi ku TV. Ngicela umnethu unumber 3 bathi ke buka ngapha kulo yabhuti lo yakuze bakubone ku TV.
Siyabonga program director. Besicabanga ukuthi ke mhlambe si addressa umhlangano through you program director. Manje we are directed ukuthi wena ube ngemuva bese sikwazi ukaddressa asazi ke ukuthi uzodila kanjani nale. Okay, sifuna ukubuza ke just few questions to Department of Employment and Labor. By the way, igama uSiboniso Nkomonde from the biggest federation in South Africa. There are two just clarity-seeking questions from the Department of Labor, especially the inspection department. The question that one wants to ask is it part of requirements that when the inspector intends to visit the company for inspection, that they inform the company prior to their visit? Secondly, it's the issue of on the UIF tiers and UIF benefit payment. There is an instance where a worker has not been in employment. There's been an application for tiers payment, but in the process, before the payment gets processed, then the company closes down. The worker has not received ETERS and is now in the process of claiming for EUIF. I want to check now the logic behind that. For a worker to receive a UIF payment, the worker must first ask the employer to deregister or remove the name from the TERS application before a worker receives the UIF payment. Ngiyabonga.
No, asibonge sihlalo. Okokuqala siqale nje ngokuthi sibonge wonke ama presentation athe kwenziwa. We appreciate this presentation. Secondly, we just want to thank the Department of Labor. In fact, I just forgotten to introduce myself. My name is Lungile Mpele from KwaZulu. We just want to appreciate what Department of Labor has done during the lockdown when KwaZulu need them to assist on the issues of the workers. But what happened there through that program, KwaZulu realized that Department of Labor is having a shortage of the staff. So we request Department of Labor to make sure that they fill those gaps so that they have enough staff in order to deal with the issues of the workers. Just to come to the question that I want to ask from the Department of Labor. As we talk about this issue of COVID, we have a challenge that if one employee is caught being affected by the COVID, the employers tell those ones that are working with him to go in quarantine for 14 days or 10 days. We just want to check from the Department of Labor, who must pay those workers? Because we have that question, the employers don't want to pay, and the workers are crying that, yes, I was not sick, but the employer told me that I must go in quarantine for 10 days. So I just want the Department of Labor to clarify there what we must do in order to deal with the issue of payment to the workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon, all. My name is Zanele Kumete from KwaZulu. I've got questions to the last person that presented the updates on COVID-19. I wanted to ask, on the presentation, we were told that 7,616 staff were trained to do the vaccinations. What I wanted to know, are these staff employed solely for vaccination or they are mixed? If they are mixed, can we be informed how many were from the wards and how many were employed for this project? And if they were taken from wards, what measurements were made to have them replaced so that those duties will not be left unattended? And the same question applies on the 1,299 that we were told that they are a roving team. The same question applies to them, whether they were employed to do vaccinations in the roving team or they were taken from other wards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can ngicela nje sibanike ama-mic baphendule lapha uGwabini noSothole mhlambe baqale ngoba imibuzo eminingi ithinta umnyango wezempilo. So mangase bakwazi ukusiphendulela, then we'll go to the Department of Labor, umfowethu ukubheka nomchunu baphendule lokho okuthinta okomnyango wezabasebenzi. Gwabeni.
No, thank you, Mhlonishwa. On the questions, evela kubasebenzi. Dr. Pule noSothole, they will respond specifically to the questions that have been raised. But basically, kune question ethi, why sibe nemjovo embili? Kusenokwenzeka izokwanda futhi mhlawumbe uma ngabe neminye imodeli iba khona introduce eSouth Africa. Siqale nge-J&J readily available at that time. Kwase kuba ne-Pfizer ebekhona efike emuva. Isizathu kungani omunye ujova kanye, omunye ujova kabili, indlela lemjovo eyakhiwe ngayo. Yingakho lo owesibili sezama ukuthi siufake indaweni lapha abantu bangakwazi ukuthi bafinyelele ngoba udinga ukuthi uphindele kabili kojova iPfizer. But sisayisebenzisa ne-J&J, indlela nje kwakho komjovo wonke inenhloso yokuthi ivikele ukusabalala kwegciwane le-COVID nokuthi iqinise ukuphila komzimba. Kune area ke ebuziwe ke ukuthi iPfizer ama-efficacies eme kanjani. Oza kwethu-ke will speak to that particular area ukuthi ke eme kanjani ama-efficacies. Then i-employment ye-staff ukuthi i-distributeke kanjani futhi basuka kuphi labasebenzi basuka emahhoteli. The chief director or responsible for each aspect yakwa human resources esinaye phakathi kwethu. Sothole.
Thank you. Pfizer, efficacy. First of all, thank you very much for the question that has been raised. I-Pfizer i-efficacy yakhona u-95%, bese kuthi Johnson & Johnson u-85%. So you note from the presentation ukuthi into that prompted us to stop AstraZeneca at the time because it was way below 50%. Hence, we opted to stop it and then decided to opt for the doses or the vaccinations that will provide us with a better efficacy protection, so to sustain the program towards herd immunity. Okay. The other thing that one needs to understand is that Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer are separate companies. So with their own research units, and then Pfizer opted ukuthi basebenzise ama-doses awu-2 because the first dose yakhona it boosts the immune system and initiate a chain reaction. And then the second dose will then ensure that it enforces a better immune response ezokwenza ukuthi from the time iqala ikwazi ukuthi sustaineke. But there is no, so what we want to emphasize is that there is no problem that this one is better. It's because in the market we had to get the Johnson & Johnson and the Pfizer at the same time with the different mechanism of administration of the vaccine. The one question that was asked about Amanes, why did we were saying umbuzo bubuza ukuthi lamanes lawo esiwasebenzisayo allocate emahhotini nani njengami njengoba ngu-professional nurse nami noma ngingekho-ke esibhedlela njengamanje amongst i-training ne-competence ye-professional nurse is to conduct a variety of nursing duties, which includes even nayo vaccination. It's not that we had to uma ukuthi kuyavaccinatwa kungavaccinatwa ewodini and then ama-nurse take turns to participate, as we do not require a huge numbers of nurses. In some instances, we will allocate ama-nurse out 5 and then we will then say the target is one vaccinator against 50 people at a time. You will have also noticed quick presentation we were even saying moving forward, the target per week, per day is around 30,000. It's very important to ensure that we do not overstretch ourselves because vaccination has got stringent measures where you have to maintain the cold chain, where you have to ensure that you register appropriately. And secondly, once you've vaccinated the person, finally in the normal 15 minutes, nim observe ukuthi ayikho ama side effects aqhamukayo. Angazi noma koza kwethu khona okunye kodwa engazi ukuthi engathi
asiqale sidede labafowethu bakwa-Labour kodwa ukukhona uyi-follow up eyodwa engizoyivumela ngoba u-treasurer we-COSATU afuna ukuyenza. So-ke asidedele abafowethu bakwa-Labour baphendule imibuzo ebibhekiswe kwa-Labour kodwa ngathi khona into abafisa ukuphinde bathole clarity kuyona emnyangweni wezempilo. So dedela nje layo clarity kuphela bese siya vumelana ukuthi sizokwenza kanjani emva kwalokho.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me begin by responding to the question on the issue of notices of visit. To answer in a short way, I would say this comes from our standard operating procedure that was prepared by our head office, and we at the operational level have got to implement. In a long way, it comes from the experience whereby inspectors, especially in rural environments, tend to drive long distances, and if it is a surprise visit, sometimes the inspector, or most of the time, the inspector gets surprised that he cannot conduct an inspection because the employers are not available and so on. So it then talks to efficiencies. But the position of the department is that that is a standard operating procedure, and provinces must exercise it in that fashion. I think Ubabute Ulungile, I might pronounce his name wrongly, but somewhere around that. Sorry if it is mispronounced. In terms of the vacant positions, as I indicated, HR is in the process of finalizing filling of those 25 posts that we have as vacant currently. Insofar as further posts being added, one at a provincial level cannot comment on that, but we hope the 500 new posts were the beginning, whereby we were somehow upsized as the occupational health and safety component. To give a picture in terms of that, I indicated earlier that we had a target of 5,700 inspections last year. Now we have a target of 23,754 inspections. That shows that we have almost multiplied by 4, which then extends the footprint in terms of the employers we can reach. But surely it will not be enough. But we believe that it's a start. Thank you. Over to Mr. Mkhun.
Thank you. I will be addressing 2 questions that were related to UIF. The first one relates to an employee that has been retrenched whilst there is an application for TERS. The question was, does an employer have to delete that application of TERS before an employee applies for UIF? If the employer needs to retract that application if it has not been paid. If it has been paid, the employer needs to return the money. Also, because I do not know what the scenario is, if there was TERS and then there is termination, the money needs to be returned only if there is an overlap of the dates. For example, if the employer was claiming TERS from June, July, August, then they terminate the employee in July. It means the money for August was not due to the employee because the employee was already terminated. That claim for August needed to be paid back. But if the termination is post the TERS application, then there is no problem because it means the employer claimed TERS, and then ultimately they decided that they are terminating the employees. Upon termination, employees can apply for normal UIF benefit and there won't be any problem. We are taking those applications. The second question was around a positive case being detected at the workplace and there are close contacts. The guidelines are that the tested positive employee qualifies for illness benefit as we know it, where after the illness they can visit our office to apply for illness benefit. The close contact, because they are not going necessarily to go to the doctor and get, or to the lab and get tested, but they're going to sit and observe the period while observing if they are identifying any symptoms. For those, an employer, there is a special form. They will also apply for illness benefit for the period of absence. But because the illness benefit application is informed by a medical certificate, of which in their case there won't be, there needed to be a declaration by an employer where
nobhala la wena ben follow up emnyangweni wezempilo bese bephendula bese ngizocela angazimemela ubani ozongenzela i-announcement nge-process abe ready as well. Nobhala.
Thank you. The follow-up is informed by the fact that no response has been given directly to the question relating to empirical evidence on efficacy, except for the percentages. But also, Chair, if the response is to say the first jab is to boost the immune system, I just want to have a follow-up there to say, is it compulsory then to do that everyone gets the first and second, even if people have evidence that their immune system is strong enough? Two is the issue of the compensation fund relating to the vaccine compensation fund. My understanding is such that the compensation fund is established when the vaccine is still under investigation or clinical trials to cover any injuries that may occur. In this instance, why can we be clarified what informs the establishment of the compensation fund, understanding that every medication has side effects cited in the bottle or the packet? Why this time, if there are side effects, we have to claim from the compensation fund if these vaccines have gone through and passed the stage of clinical trials or investigations or research, if you like? Thank you.
Umnyango wezempilo.
Good afternoon. I will try to answer the question regarding a booster for COVID vaccines. As we know, AMA vaccines, they are there to stimulate our immune response. So like any other vaccine, after you have been fully immunized, you are entitled to a booster. So those who have been fully immunized, they can receive a booster. I don't know if I have managed to answer the question to the satisfaction of the person who asked it. Nyabonga.
No, Lungi, oh, usafuna, oh, okay, yes.
Mhlambe mphathi wohlelo asikucacise lokho ukuthi issue ye Pfizer, the first dose, when your research was done, it was found that the first dose was not as effective as it was required to be. Hence, it was required that there has to be the second dose. Because logic will tell you that if after the second dose you reach 95%, then it meant that during the first dose, when the research was done, they could not reach the percentage that they wanted to reach. It's only after the second dose that they were able to reach 95%. So immune, it was the response that they wanted from the immune to protect you. They could only reach it after the second dose, which was different with Johnson & Johnson, where the way they developed that drug or that vaccine, they were able to reach 85% after the first dose. So it's not just about the immune booster with the first dose. I think people should understand that the way these vaccines were developed differently, and their effectiveness is different. So I think that people should understand. Secondly, in terms of the empirical evidence, I think people need to understand that the processes that drug companies go through in terms of developing these drugs, they go through clinical trials. These drugs get approved based on the clinical evidence that is there and the effectiveness of these drugs. But also, I think we need to understand that the given time that we had, or our companies had to develop these drugs, we did not have, or they did not have enough time to actually develop these drugs. But given the evidence that was presented after the clinical trials that they ran, these drugs were approved as being effective in terms of the clinical trials that were ran at that time in those countries. And the trials that were run in South Africa as well, with the Sisonke as well. So it was on those bases that we were able to get to these percentages in terms of our efficacies that we are talking about. Thank you, Bob.
No, thank you. I think we'll take further if delegates have issues on how we deal with the matter on our resolutions, so that we avoid the debate. Now we are going to break. It's 1:45. Ngokomthetho umhlangano wethu bekufanele uphele ngo-2. But we are going to take a break. Kuzokhala insimbi mase kufanele sibuye sonke as delegates. When we come back, it's then the plenary that the federations deal with. Now, I'm told that delegates, all the delegates of the Workers' Parliament, all the members of the legislature, amakhosi asendlunkulu, mayor, kukhona ihhola, I'm sure khona abantu be-protocol abazobe besikhombisa ukuthi siya kuphi, kodwa bakhombe ngapha, nami ngikhomba lapha bakhombe ngakhona. Kuzoba ne-lunch that is going to be served there. All government officials are going to remain in this hall. Government is one, legislature, departments, local government officials, I'm told, are going to remain in this hall. Masek Kalinsimbi, in the next 35-40 minutes, we will request that delegates gather here again so that we finish at least our meeting. Kusakhanya kwenzela ukuthi si ngoba kunongqongqoshe la singashayela ebusuku bese senza ingozi. So we will then take that break, delegates. Thank you very much. ongafuna uyabona manje umuntu obengafuna ukuyizwa lensimbi ngiyacela nje bathi kula elisebenza nabo bangithintele i-leadership esemnyango ukuthi siyaqala manje kwenzela ukuthi ngiyazi ukuthi usiphume endaweni abanye baphuma endaweni ezikude kakhulu kunala so senzela ukuthi sizame nje ukuthi wonke umuntu noma singesafika ngesikhathi kodwa singenza ukuthi abanye bafike ngo-12 ebusuku emakhaya abanye bafike ngo-5 so sizame nje ukuthi sibambe isikhathi so ngizocela nje ukuthi angazi baphozwe banginike indication because sesiqala manje iprogram ye plenary Kambo ngiyakubona awuthinta impela nje ngabiza umuntu la kanti akakabuyi elunchini Abusekhona around athengisele umbona awuhlala ukhona wona okay Qina msebenzi qina. Manje ngiyanibona ukuthi beyikahle le manje senifuna ukusihlukanisa phakathi. Manje angifuni sihlukane phakathi siyabasebenzi. Noma abasebenzi kufanele babumbane. Manje angifuni nami ukungena ekukhulumeni. Oze kuthiwe ngahlukanisa abasebenzi kanti ngifuna abasebenzi aba-united. Welcome back, colleagues, and thank you very much for trying to keep time. We're now getting to a point where the federations, COSATU, FEDUSA, and NATO will then, as agreed in the planning meetings, just to remind the House that the theme of this 2021 Workers' Parliament is restructure our economy for decent jobs and retrenchments, promote safe workplaces and health communities as we advance herd immunity against COVID-19. What we are going to do now is that we will call the federations. You are going to give in minutes. I'm sure it's communicated to those who are going to be speaking on behalf of the federations. Because now, ngizosebenza njengosomlomo, lapha legislature ma uno 5 minutes, uno 5 minutes. So ke kuzosebenzana kanjalo la. Ayikho le ndlela yokucabangela. Ngoba kukhona into ekhalayo ethi cha usudlulile emzuzwini obuyinikiwe. So sizocela sibambisane kanjalo. I hope everyone who's in the speakers list is in the house, because there might be an issue if you are not in the house. I can see someone who's not here. Probably by the time speak again, he will be here. Oh no, okay, I take that back. Our first speaker is going to be Mr. Sthembiso Dlamini from KwaZulu for 5 minutes.
Greetings, colleagues. Let me just say all protocol observed. I will address the issue, or will sponsor the resolution on state of the municipality and the mass dismissal of workers. We note the following: that the municipality are the critical sphere of government, which is closer to the people, and that makes the municipality's critical structure of service delivery. The municipality is always going to deteriorate if the service delivery is going.
Siyabongisana kungcono uze ngapha ngaphambili so that we can all see you. Ngisimisile isikhathi sakho. Ungathi ngikudlela isikhathi. Ngisibambile. So senzele ukuthi kube nama recordings abe kahle vele uzokhuluma kuloko.
Amandla qina msebenzi qina. Let me just continue in saying we note the following: that the municipalities are a critical sphere of government, which are closer to the people, that make municipality as a crucial structure for service delivery. The state of the municipality is deteriorating, and if this continue to, the service delivery to the people will be compromised. This causes inability for the various municipalities to render the service, even the basic service such as water, housing, road infrastructure, electricity, cutting the veg and waste collection. The continuing failure of the municipality to receive clean audit and allegation of corruption, the incapacity of management to resolve issues or workers' dispute, which has led to a massive dismissal of workers, e.g., in the following municipalities: Newcastle, Ugu, and King Cetshwayo. the rate of Newcastle municipality as a West-run municipality, the level of arrogance by the political officials and senior managers of the municipalities, the factionalization of the workers and some managers and political administrators to develop an interest on matters of the union and divide workers. We believe the service delivery to all is the key pillar of democracy and democratic government. It is a right for our people. We resolve this matter will be enhanced all municipality mandate to deliver service delivery to the people. The monies of the municipalities are public monies. Therefore, there must be a full accountability to those are handling it or using it. We therefore resolve that the government must take and implement decisive action against those involved in corruption and those that are receiving qualified and disclaimer audit reports and wasteful expenditures. That the investigation report on mass dismissal of workers be released within a week after sitting of this parliament. The immediate reinstatement retrospectively of the workers that were dismissed unfairly. The Newcastle municipality be held accountable for their bad running of the municipality and decisive action be taken against implicated municipalities or officials. And lastly, we must, in 2 months from now, we must convene a local government summit to deal with the challenge that are faced in the municipality and map the way forward. Amandla.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dlamini, and you were right on time. We are now going to call Mr. Tumsan Kumalo from Fedusa for 3 minutes.
Masibingelele basebenzi. Angazi noma kufanele ngisho ngithi somlomo ngoba uthe usihlalo. Sibingelele ke somlomo. Sibingelele ke zonke ihambele ikhona. Sinjengofedusa uma sibuka isihloko noma sibuka itimu okuyiyona ewumsusa walento esikhuluma ngayo noma uma sibheka izwe as a whole sibuka ukuthi this is not the first incident that make a globe, not a country, because this is a national pandemic which caused a huge problems to everyone. As we in a labor, as Fedusa and other affiliates, or as a labor sector, I hope I'm not being captured. Let me start by saying this can cause a problem to everyone, every family, every community, every society, even the globe as a whole. I want to quote one of the speech of one of the British Prime Minister, Mr. Sir Winston Churchill, when there was a Second World War. when you look at the problem that was arising on that time, I quote, "We shall fight on the beaches, on the ground, on the field, on the streets, on the hills." And I say writing, ngiyabonga. I think Somlomo ubambile 2 minute one because I have got. Then when he said this words, the time or the situation on that time, they were in the crisis of a Second World War that was harming millions and millions of people. The economy was disrupted so badly. And now in our times, we have got problems in a retrenchment of our workers. It's not because this retrenchment is caused by anyone, it's caused by the pandemic. So, on this theme that was being pronounced by the federations, as we, FEDUSA, we look at how we are going to change the situation around this time. We have got a lot of sectoral determinations that is being passed by our government. But the most fundamental things that we look at is the skill development. If all sectors have got this skill development implementation in place, we hope and we think and we believe that this retrenchment that is causing a lot of people unemployment will be reduced, because all sector, even the private sector or the public sector, we have got an aspect of that department so that we can outsource that works to another countries or foreigners, so that we can change all this, or we can reduce this retrenchment that is causing on our country. I thank you, Somlom.
Thank you very much. About to Bukalela, 2 minutes. Ngiyabonga. Ndunga, isikhulumi sethu esilandelayo, uMiss Zanele Kumete from KwaZulu for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is on the honoring of collective bargaining. We note that the reneging and somersaulting of government and private employers on agreements and collective bargaining is one of the greatest threats facing workers. Collective bargaining is the cornerstone of harmonious, productive labor market peace and democracy. Workers' rights to engage in the bargaining and negotiation with employers has always been the key, and parties are always called to negotiate in good faith. The ever-rising cost of living, whilst their salaries and benefits of workers are deliberately downgraded, thereby impacting immensely on their ability to sustain livelihood. The state is the main employer and contributor to employment opportunities, and private sector employers take their cue from the state and its institution. We also note that the vacant funded positions are not filled, whilst some in the same time the employer claiming that they do not have financial resources to increase salaries. We believe that reneging of the state in the bargaining agreement has caused the private sector to develop an attitude towards workers during bargaining. Therefore, they are now refusing to increase salaries, citing the government as an example. That it is the government that forced labor to accept multi-agreement on the basis that it wants to budget. And it's the very same government that says it has no funds to pay the last leg of the agreement. We also believe that this move by government is informed by the neoliberal agenda, which is against our resolve on building the capacity of the state and government self-proclaim of being a developmental state. This will cause low workers' morale and therefore contribute to low production, poor service delivery, and ultimately contribute to the ever-declining economy. This further undermines the government's self-proclaimed assertion of being the developmental state. We therefore resolve that 1, the government and business must ensure that collective agreements are honored and the bargaining decisions. Protection of bargaining rights by all social partners in order to transform our economy for the benefit of all is sustained. Build centralized collective bargaining across the sectors and industries. Build centralized collective bargaining across sectors and industries in order to protect vulnerable workers. Bargaining councils, CCMA, and labor courts must ensure protection of hard-won gains of employees and collective agreements. The government to implement Resolution 1 of 2018 collective agreement and begin to negotiate in good faith on the current negotiation underway. We demand also the immediate filling of all the vacant funded posts as part of alleviating unemployment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker from Fedusa is Mr. Spiwe Msomi.
Amandla. Thank you, Chairperson. Our Honorable Speaker and all the delegates in the House, I greet you all. In short, based on the theme that we have been given, restructuring of economy for decent jobs and retrenchment to promote sanitary workplace and healthy community as we advance ahead to immunize against COVID-19. When we're looking at this theme, looking at us or looking at the healthcare workers as the front line of health and safety of our country. Workers experience stress when they deemed of their job are excessive and greater than their capacity to cope within them. In addition to the mental health problems, workers suffer from the prolonged stress can go on to develop the serious physical health problems. Employees' perception of lack of the psychological support from their organization can lead to the serious and to the severe compromise of the service delivery within our country. That can cost the life of our fellow employees and at large to the lives of our community that we are trying to protect. As Federation, we plea to our government to take it seriously, the demands of the healthcare workers, in order to see to it that whatever they need in order to render the service to the community as the front line and the pillars of health in our country, they must always take serious, and they must also change the way and the manner in which they approach our demands as employees in order for us to have a safer country and in order to avoid unnecessary dispute and unnecessary delays in terms of the needs that are acquired by our fellow employee. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Msomi. Isikhulumi sethu esilandelayo uMiss Lonwabo Kakane Natu for 10 minutes. Akubhala uMiss ke lana. But ngeke sazi.
Somlomo iphutha leli.
For 10 minutes.
Ndivumeleni ndithi nqanga nentsibazayo okusho ukuthi ke all protocol observed. Somlomo ngicabanga ukuthi iphutha leli lokufaka uMiss laphaya elenziwe ke kama computer esikubiza ngokuba ubuxhakaxhaka bale mihla. Amandla. Comrade, thanks a lot. Based on our theme, as NACTU, we will just come in the resolution that we have, engaged and alluded on. But I think it is very imperative for us to understand the background and the theme that is being articulated in this Workers' Parliament. Our theme says restructuring our economy for decent jobs. I just want to draw attention into these critical words, restructuring and economy. We know that when we talk about economy, we are carefully speaking about the state of the country. And I think the pandemic fast-tracked the issue of everyone to understand our status in terms of our economic. Then as NACTU, what we said in terms of addressing this item of the restructuring our economy for decent jobs and ending retrenchment, promote safe working place and healthy communities as we advance herd immune system against COVID. We call the government to nationalize all strategic sectors of the economy, which includes mining, banks, and insurances companies. That will be the only way to restructure our economy in South Africa. Actually, this is not a new wording. We remember, since we got the democracy in 1994, all the economic policies, not to mention so many, but starting from RDP, GIE, ASGISA, today we are on NDP. They are trying by all means to restructure this particular economy for decent jobs. What actually what we are saying in this, by saying the government must nationalize this particular strategic sector, this kind of nationalization is going to help us in terms of creating the decent jobs. For instance, we've seen clearly that during the COVID-19, most of the companies that are nationalized by the government, though the COVID-19 hit them, but they not hit like the private sectors. Hence, we are saying economic is the resources, is the available resources that we have. So it is our call, and we want to be emphatic into this regard, because the government as a regulator has the power, and they can regulate this particular nationalization. Secondly, comrade, I will just go into the point of ending retrenchment. If the government can help us to nationalize these strategic economic strategies, automatically the ending of retrenchment will be possible. How? It will be possible because it will give a hint that as NACTU, we call the government also to amend certain part of these pieces of legislation, such as Labor Relations Act Section 189. We call the government to amend these particular pieces of legislation, and also in conjunction with the Section 41 of the Basic Conditions of Employment. This, it will ensure and it will make harder for the employers to use the very same pieces of legislation to execute the retrenchment. So what are we saying? To end Somlomo, lela tafula lelia liyandiphazamisa, diyaliva. To protect.
Mpemba, siyacela bakwethu.
Thank you. Because, comrade, we are saying in terms of ending retrenchment, we call for the government to amend Section 189 in conjunction with Section 41 of the Labor Relations Act, 41 of the Basic Conditions of Employment, to ensure that the employers must not easily retrench employees using these very acts. Comrade, these acts are being used not fairly. Abantu bayagxothwa because lama act athi umqashi uma engenayo imali noma for some reason akasebenzise lama act ukukhokhela abasebenzi ama peanuts. We are saying the government must regulate to increase these particular sections. And also, when we talk about the issue of health and safety, the issue of promoting safe working place, what are we saying? We are saying our current Health and Safety Act does not assist employees in various workplaces. Therefore, we call for the Health and Safety Act amendment also, because to give workplace health and safety committees some powers to call employer accountable for non-compliance to Health and Safety Act. We have a beautiful Health and Safety Act in our disposal at work, but what is said is that whenever there is a committee, they will find some discrepancies in terms of the conduct of the employer. But the committee, it doesn't have the powers. So we call for the amendment. Comrade, as NACTU, in the current moment, in the current situation, it is our plea and a call. It just confirms the previous presentations in terms of the healthy, that as NACTU, we are saying the government should invest more in our own people. When I say in our own people, we have institutions in South Africa, scientifically, also the indigenous. So we are saying the government before, for instance, the government is planning for the roads, and it has been proven that COVID-19 now and again is changing itself. We get another variant after another. So we call for the government to invest so much in our South African scholars, if I may put it like that, so that we trust that they can come up with a vaccine that is going to help us as we promote that all people must abide in the regulations that are still here, putting masks, sanitizing each and every time. This is our submission as NACTU. Thank you, comrades.
Enkosi mhlekazi wami nxe ngokukubiza ngomisi isithethi sethu esilandelayo nguMiss Zodwa Mzindle Khosathu for 5 minutes.
Greetings to honorable members. Ngibingelele kubasebenzi. Wathinta abafazi. Ipoint esiza nalo, it's on the issue of the farm workers. Noting the plight of the farm workers and the farm dwellers even during the democratic dispensation. Research indicates that of 843 farm dwellers households, data on the current living condition of livelihood was collected on 15.3% of the farm dwellers population in the area. The paper demonstrates that farm dwellers are fragmented, agricultural, precariat subject to push and pull drivers of mobility that leave them with a precarious hold on rural farm dwellers. Women make up a large percentage of the poor, particularly in the rural areas. The transformation of economy doesn't involve the active participation of empowerment of women. In KwaZulu-Natal, farm dwellers continue to put pressure on government and illegitimate landowners. In this regard, the Farm Dwellers and Labour Tenant Platform held in Newcastle on 21 to 22 October 2017, the representatives of the different parties concurred with each other on many challenges facing farm workers and land dwellers, and further committed themselves to improve coordination, increase accountability to farm workers and communities, and develop a common plan of action to address the challenges. We believe that the gender struggle, in particular the women's struggle, cannot be separated from the broader struggle of land. Therefore, women forms a significant proportion of the struggle of farm workers. The achievement scored by workers on the victory of the minimum wage is but one of the testimonies that our commitment to addressing the plight of farm workers and land dwellers go beyond the theoretical rhetoric, thus providing that indeed we implement our conference resolution. The full and coherent implementation of this victory will bring us closer to our long-standing commitment to alleviate poverty both in the countryside and in the urban areas equitable. The farm workers and land dwellers issues are at the center of our campaigns because they are mostly affected by the poverty and oppression. It is important to mobilize the communities to support the class action and supplement this with local campaigns to secure tenure, protect graves and burial sites, as well as improve access to basic services such as water, electricity for those living on commercial farms. It is important to encourage and lead engagement of maximum participation of farm workers and land dwellers in our struggle in order to deepen class consciousness. Consistently pursuing this agenda will build a formidable force dismantle the capitalist system. The approach taken by the government on land restitution is very slow, given the targets of 30% that was set for 2014, which only achieved only 9%. As COSAS, we resolve that the speed implementation of land expropriation without compensation as the only proper and available option that can address these challenges amicably. Government to develop concrete operationalization plan for land compensation without compensation, the creation of tenure security for communal farmers, especially women, investigate different forms of financing and vesting of private property rights to land reforms, beneficiaries that does not hamper beneficiaries with a high debt burden. We must also deal with the scourge of gender-based violence. We must ratify the ILO Convention 190, which speaks of decisive action on issue of gender-based violence, and we therefore call for a speedy implementation. That the government and Labour develop a decisive program involving all relevant departments to conduct inspection on the conditions of farm workers and take necessary steps to improve their conditions. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Mhlonishwa Zodwa. Our next speaker, Mhlonishwa Ms. Tembeka Twala from Fedusa for 10 minutes.
Greetings to the Honorable Speaker, to the Chairperson, greetings to the traditional leaders present and to the Mayor of Alfred Duma. The state of our country and the economy is a cause for concern for all stakeholders, government, trade unions, and private sector. Of even greater concern is the path of economy that has taken over the past. The growth has stalled to extremely low levels. Unemployment has breached the psychological 40% mark, and social inequality has reached the frightening proportions. The COVID-19 restrictions has come to top of a very bad situation. As Fedusa, we appeal to the government to take urgent steps to restructure the economy and return it to pre-COVID levels as a strategic starting plan. We are prepared to work with the government to reverse the grim quarterly labor force numbers that were published by Statistics South Africa in February this year, which showed that up to 210,000 jobs were lost in KwaZulu-Natal in the last quarter of 2020, compared with only 66,000 jobs that were created over the same period. The tourism industry, one of the mainstays in our provincial economy, was badly hit by COVID-19 crisis, which saw Fairmont Zimbali Hotel put up for sale and the iconic Hilton Hotel temporarily shut down. We therefore welcome the national government's allocation of 20 million towards the KZN Tourism Relief Fund that will prioritize the majority of Black-owned tourism businesses. The important part of the economy to this province cannot be overemphasized, and it is in this regard we welcome the government's plan to upgrade and modernize infrastructure at Durban and Richards Bay ports. As organized labor, we are acutely aware that there can be no jobs on a dead planet. And the government's plan for just transition to a low carbon energy and collection of greenhouse gas data for priority sectors in the province has our full support. We particularly welcome the rehabilitation of more than 86,000 hectares of land through the land trace and IASP programs by EDTEA and Ezemvelo KZN Wildlife. Done properly within the occupational health and safety that factor in COVID-19 safety protocols, a restructured economy is a strategic tool to stem the current wave of retrenchment, create decent jobs on a large scale. However, the fire hazard that erupted in several government buildings during the lockdown jeopardized the lives of frontline health workers. This incident highlighted the need to be vigilant and upgrade provincial occupational health and safety systems. In this regard, we welcome a long overdue gazetting of Occupational Health and Safety Amendment Bill for public submission. What we would like to see as FEDUSA are interventions that will promote labor-intensive growth, champion inclusivity by lowering barriers to economic participation without regard to social class and economy that can compete successfully in the global marketplace. A lot of good work has already been done in the form of sectorial master plans spearheaded by the Department of Trade and Industry. However, these plans need to be aligned with the National Development Plan framework in order to retain the strategic focus. In the context, the master plan framework for network industries such as energy, transport, telecommunication will be vital. The COVID-19 crisis has forcefully brought home long-standing challenges in the industries, including absence of effective economic regulations, old and poorly maintained infrastructure, a lack of access to quality services, and poorly managed state-owned companies. Underpinning these challenges has been the endless electricity crisis at Eskom, which is its spiraling debt. As FEDUSA, we would like to appeal to the government to provide agent policy clarity regarding the Eskom crisis. Otherwise, all restructuring plans will be in vain and the economy will sink into deeper problems. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chwala. Isikhulumi sethu esilandelayo Mr. Phumlani Duma from COSATU for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me greet all leaders present here. Nabakhosi. Ngabe sachitha isikhathi, Program Director, and indicate what COSATU sent us to do here. COSATU on education is noting the following, that one of the most important areas of concern in our country is education. Without an educated population, a country cannot progress, not only in terms of economic development, but also socially. There are many challenges faced by the sector, from schools, TVET colleges to universities. 4 years after the announcement by the government on free education, government has failed to implement the issue of free, accessible and inclusive education. The current budgetary cuts which impact on quality education, which impact negatively on quality public education. The amount of money that the KZN Department of Education spends on hiring external lawyers to deal with internal disciplinary cases of workers, the shortages of teachers in KwaZulu-Natal, and the fact that some schools did not write some subjects in the first term of the year 2021. The education curriculum system is not addressing our socio-economic needs as a country. The University Institutional Autonomy is not yet abolished and the Higher Education Act is not yet amended. Majority of workers in these institutions are still casualized and outsourced. TVET colleges are still faced with the stigma of the past, with the community still looking down on local colleges as an option for post-schooling. Funding models used in universities and colleges have not yet been transformed to better suit the society. The middle class income is still not catered for in terms of funding. A large portion of students are left out with the current models. This is the major cause for the fees must fall campaigns that we see every day. The slow pace in which the higher education sector is transforming the qualifications output is problematic for the country. It is one of the reasons we are still lacking people with skills and more specifically specialized skills. The current qualifications are not updated to ensure labor market relevance. Sector-relevant qualifications for TVET lecturers, colleges are still being treated as glorified high schools when it comes to the qualification requirements of lecturers. These requirements do not enhance the transfer of skills, which should be a priority. COSATU therefore believes that education is an inalienable basic human right that must not be a commodified privilege. Part of the problem is tied to budget cuts, but there are also administrative and corruption issues in this system. We therefore resolved as follows, Chairperson, to put an end on all outsourcing in all institutions of higher learning in the province. The Department of Education KZN stopped the outsourcing of internal disciplinary processes through developing internal capacity, as it already has to deal with disciplinary cases. Provincial Treasurer re-look at the financial allocation to the Department of Education, as the current one is not working, as it leads to many programs or projects not being paid, as the monthly allocation given to the department is always not enough, thus compromising quality teaching and learning. KZN Department of Education invests more of its skills levy to develop workers through developmental and training programs, so that workers remain relevant even during this time of COVID-19. For the amendment of the Higher Education Act and the abolishment of institutional autonomy, that NSFAS offices must be independent at higher education institutions to avoid corruption, to open access to free education for all, for the updating of the curriculum to suit the skills required by the economy and market requirements. The decision once taken by the executive to task Human Resource Development Council to create stability and harmonize institutions of higher learning must be taken forward, considering violent protests in some of our institutions of higher learning. We want to thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mtombeni. Our last speaker in our speakers list, Mr. Skhumbuzo Mdlalos from COSATU for 14 minutes. Start.
Greetings to the speaker, greetings to the leadership of workers in KZN, workers' federations, the collective of the provincial office bearers of all federations, COSATU, FEDUSA, and NACTU. To the Speaker of the KZN Legislature, we extend our greetings. We extend our greetings to the MEC for Transport, who was representing the Office of the Premier, the Deputy Speaker, the MEC for Works and Human Settlement, the MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, and all members of the Provincial Legislature, the management, and all workers in the legislature, the Mayor of Alfred Duma Municipality, and all participants in different platforms. From the outset, as COSATU, we would like to take this opportunity and extend our appreciation and honor to be part of not just convening and participating in this platform called the Workers' Parliament, but actually being a part and parcel in terms of shaping its direction. By so doing, we further acknowledge the importance of this parliament as occasioned by the essence of May Day as a historical workers' monument all over the world, which marks the significant role played by the workers of the world in the face of the triple ills, namely colonialism, neoliberalism, and capitalism. In garnering our energies towards the war against the aforesaid triple ills, which is colonialism, neoliberalism, and capitalism, we shall cease at nothing in advancing the internationalist character of our struggle. As we are gathering today, we have observed the killing and maiming of children and women in Palestine by the apartheid regime of Israel, the last apartheid regime in the world. In the same way as we have the last monarchy in Africa in the form of Swaziland, we have the last apartheid regime in the world in the form of the Israel. So we would like to, in this context, quote Dr. Nelson Mandela, the late president of both the African National Congress and our country, when he said that we know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians, close quote. At least 233 Palestinians have been killed, including 65 children and 39 women, and more than 1,700 others injured in Israeli attacks on the Gaza Strip that started on May 10. The attacks have left destroyed buildings, huge swaths of the territory without electricity and water, and forced tens of thousands to flee their homes. It is in such a context that we view the suffering of workers and people beyond our borders as that of our own. The exploitation and oppression of the working class elsewhere, we view it as that of our own. And the advent of COVID-19, if we are to move further, the advent of COVID-19 has indeed demonstrated unprecedented socio-economic strains to the workers and the poorest of the poor in our province and beyond. It has negatively affected jobs, the lives of many, including frontline workers, and caused more than 35% of unemployment, and with more than 11 million living below the poverty line. The overall impacts of COVID-19 are exposing nations to severe vulnerability and inequality. In KZN, it is estimated that the level of growth of the economy has actually contracted 7% in the intervening period. Although there was a significant improvement in the levels of standard of living in 2009, but that has doubled since 2019 moving forward. The widespread outbreak of COVID-19 impacted the global economy, notably in the first half of 2020, culminating in a worse economic downturn than that of the Great Depression, which lasted for 10 years, beginning in 1929 to 1939. So the comparative analysis suggests that within 2 years, the devastating impact of COVID-19 has actually superseded the economic impact of the Great Depression, which lasted for 10 years. So the 2-year period has actually resulted in the highest level of devastation, economically, socio-economically, in terms of unemployment and the like. Despite the breakthrough in the availability of rollout of vaccine, the pandemic remains the major risk of the global economy. Notwithstanding the adverse impact of COVID-19, the domestic economic downturn had already slipped into a technical recession before the global pandemic. In South Africa, the economy is estimated to have contracted, as we have said, 7.5%, meaning that there has been a 75.7% of economic decrease. However, it is projected to bounce back positively. We are told that by next year it would have grown by 3.6%. Having analyzed and diagnosed the problem, it is one thing to actually properly diagnose the problem, but what is more important is how we navigate in trying to resolve such problems. Therefore, we have to ask ourselves as to what is to be done. As COSATU, we believe that in order to mitigate the prevalence of unsafe conditions in the workplace, as workers, we plead with both the private and the public sectors to unwaveringly comply with all the workplace health and safety policy instruments as mandated by the Occupational Health and Safety Act. While we commend the efforts demonstrated by the provincial government in trying to intervene towards economic recovery, as COSATU, we strongly believe more still needs to be done in advancing the reindustrialization program as enshrined in the Industrial Policy Action Plan. The question of nationalization, yes, indeed, is one of the strategic interventions in the economy, but we have to pose a question on whether is nationalization inherently progressive. We need an ideological and a scientific debate on this question given its complexity. Because as things stand, a number of nationalized entities are not doing well. They survive on government bailout, which is our taxpayers' money, year in, year out, without any improvement. And cases in point is your ESCOM, South African Airways, Dinel, and many others. Ours should be nationalization for socialization, because nationalization in the capital context suggests that those nationalized entities are still going to be run in a manner as corporate companies are being run for purpose maximization instead of actually contributing in employment creation and improving the social economic development of our people. The province should invest more efforts towards reviving the manufacturing industry through the incentive schemes developed by the Department of Trade and Industry. In doing so, the industry's employment contribution will increase because it will expand its plants, which requires more labor. This could also play a fundamental role in increasing exportable products and widening the export base while creating more job opportunities. Furthermore, skills development focusing on different manufacturing industry components should be a priority of the government to ensure that many people get absorbed in the industry and deal with the province's skills shortage. These must be directly linked with overcoming the advent of the fourth industrial revolution, which presents new dimensions of structural unemployment, demanding highly skilled workforce while dehumanizing the workplace as well as the workforce through the introduction of robots and other non-labor intensive interventions. Government has got to deepen and escalate the program of comprehensive social security and the creation of tenure security for communal land and farmers, especially integration of women in the economy, investigate different forms of finance, vesting of private property, and the like. We are saying that all of these must be dealt with after having convened the Provincial Job Summit, which will look at all the economic challenges of the province and therefore come up with resolutions and be able to chart the way forward. We're also saying there should be an enhancement of dedicated support for the so-called informal economy, which should not just be theoretically conceptualized, but must see the light of day. There must be a dialectical relationship between theory and practice. There has been many programs and strategies developed on formalizing the informal economy, on enhancing the informal economy, but practically, our sisters and brothers continue to struggle in the so-called informal economy, wherein they can't be integrated in the so-called formal economy. We are saying that there should be practice more than theoretical conceptualization of that particular demand. As part of government's commitment to create decent jobs, community caregivers and other health workers performing permanent work should be employed permanently, and that all outsourced services, including security and cleaning services, should be actually insourced, because these workers are doing permanent work and are doing it for our public service. And it appears that this work will remain intact. Therefore, they must be permanently employed and integrated in the public service. Economic restructuring should also involve the process of restructuring the KZN mining and agricultural sectors within the context of ascertaining the impact and direct benefit of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. It should not be an abstract process. If we have a mining industry in KZN, we have to ascertain as to how does it benefit the people of KwaZulu-Natal? How does a person in Nongoma, in deep rural areas, actually feels the impact of the agricultural sector and its transformation? While welcoming the expansion of the Durban port as one of the potential economic development initiatives, as workers in this province, we should guard against the privatization of Transnet, the privatization of the port itself, in order for those who are actually gunning for profit maximization, because this project has a national bearing. It should seek to actually change the structure, the form and content of the provincial economy, so that the people of the province benefit, the workers are employed permanently, and that all the services are actually performed by Transnet, if we are to actually be truthful to economic transformation. And by way of conclusion, Honorable Speaker, while acknowledging that the capitalist system of our economy will indeed remain the strategic hindrance to full employment, we are still convinced that state intervention in the economy through the state-led industrial strategy, buttressed with local beneficiation of our mineral resources, more jobs can be created and our gross domestic product will improve drastically. Because the moment you actually export mineral resources, you are also exporting jobs. But if you transform mineral resources here in our country, you are actually saying that you are creating more jobs here and you are exporting finished products to other countries. In order to create more jobs, we have to actually transform and beneficiate our natural resources, which are non-renewable, and ensure that they become final products, creating employment here. All our economic orientation in terms of natural resources should be based on creating the local content and creating jobs here than exporting mineral resources, because we are exporting jobs. As COSATU in KZN, working with other federations, the provincial government, business, and the civic organizations, we are committed in supporting all efforts on the restructuring of the economy for the creation of decent jobs and for the benefit of the poorest of the poor. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Nyanda. Exactly 14 minutes. Your speech was properly timed. That concludes our speakers list. According to the program, we will now move to the presentation of the resolutions. I hope, Gwabe, you are ready. We will now invite now Mpembetin Sawa printer. nisenzela inkinga ke manje ngoba ugcabe ukhonto khona lapha. Ukube ngiyakwazi ucula ngabe ngithi basebenza asihlanganeni manje. uNkulunkulu akakuphi konke. Awusho ukuthi basebenza esihlanganeni. Bakwenzani manje ugcabe lapha? Oh, ngisho mina ngiyakubona ukuthi uready, ibona bangekho ready. Ya, ngoba ikhona yenza leyo, yazi ukuthi siqonde phambili, siqonde phambili. Thank you. Sene ilwe inhlupheko asiqonde phambili. No, but it's up to you. How you? It's about 20. It's about 20 pages. See how you summarize them. See. Siqonde phambili, hlangana nebasebenzi siqonde phambili, hlangana nebasebenzi siqonde phambili, siqonde phambili, siqonde phambili. Siyabonga. Thank you very much, Honorable Sonjika, the chairperson of the Speaker's office as well, the program director. Let me greet the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, all the MECs that are here today. Let me greet the leaders of the federations who we hear about in KwaZulu, led by our provincial chairperson, Comrade Khumbuzo Mdlalose, and in Fedusa, led by Comrade Tembeka, and in Nagtu, led by Comrade Mngwabe. We greet everyone that is here, all members of parliament, all delegates of the Workers' Parliament, various leaders of our trade unions. We also have to greet our support staff, the technical team chairperson. It's important that we greet them and everyone else who is here to provide service. I will try, comrades, my level best. We are happy with this song because this is one of the most unifying process for all our federations in the province, where we can come here and talk one thing without competing as to how we can take the lives
of our members, our workers forward. The spirit of the debate and everything else is very much uniting. We appreciate that. I will try, comrades, to summarize. We have worked here. We have done what the chair of COSATU said, that when we come here as workers, we know who we represent. We represent the poor workers who are facing various of challenges, who are very much vulnerable, and we can therefore not afford to use this process not dealing with issues that are touching our members. I think we'll agree, Chair. I'm not a woman, unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know, but I've not been in the Women Parliament. I'm not a youth. Fortunately or unfortunately, I've not been in the Youth Parliament, but I think this is one of the most effective parliament, sectoral parliament that we have, comrades. We're always able to come up with resolutions. The resolutions that we have drafted, the resolutions were drafted by all federations. Building up to this process, the federations were engaging. Even as we are sitting here, federations were engaging together with the legislature staff, consolidating these resolutions, and therefore our resolutions, all of us, they are based on the theme that we have here today, because we were saying, if you have to think of a theme for a workers' parliament on these days, you find yourself in a serious trouble, because there are so many challenges that are facing workers, but we've tried to develop a theme that can be embracing of all the challenges. The theme that says workers, the theme that says restructuring our economy for decent jobs and the retrenchments, promote safe workplaces and healthy communities as we advance herd immunity against COVID. And therefore, I'm not going to read the resolutions as they are. I will try to summarize them, comrade. You know them, because we developed them. I will try to summarize them, because if I were to read these resolutions, maybe we'll end up being here, both myself and yourself, comrade chair, because we have done a lot of work, and we've got so much work, comrade, that we have done. We've got more than 20 pages of resolutions that we have developed here today. So I will summarize them, but I think each and every speaker spoke on the issue of restructuring our economy for decent jobs. I think what is coming very clear is that prior COVID, workers were being retrenched. The economy was under siege because of what the comrades have said, the crisis of capitalism. Even post-COVID, we are still facing the serious scourge of the economy that is going down the drain. And therefore, we are saying that as we are here, we cannot talk about the recovery of the economy. I think all of us, we are saying we are talking about this restructuring of the economy, because you cannot recover the economy that failed you during the times of apartheid. If you say you recover the economy, it means you are bringing that economy during the times of apartheid that has created unemployment, that has created poverty and the retrenchment of workers. So we want to restructure our economy using COVID moving forward. I think we're all saying that. But we are also saying in this, what is it that you are going to do anew, or what is it that you are going to do new, differently from how we've been doing issues of economic reconstruction or transformation? And I think it came out very clear that there must be a will from government. We need to transform our economy. It came out very clear that the institutions that are there responsible for ensuring that our people are able to access economy, to develop SMMEs, to develop cooperatives, to create jobs. Those people are able to access the economy without the bottlenecks that are there. Those bottlenecks need to be removed so that our people can can access the economy, which means that we need to do things in a different way. That's what we need to deal with and ensure. I think we under resolves. Lots of things have been said by Natu Fedosa and KwaZulu and on the economic reconstruction, especially the chairperson. All those points are taken, comrade. We've got about close to 15 resolves there. But one issue that we also want to emphasize, which seems to be coming, but not coming very clearly, is that we need to know how many companies are here in the province, are operating in the province of KZN. Because there are so many companies that are in KZN, but we don't know them. Some of them are not transformed. Their board of directors are not transformed. We want to emphasize that point, that point is coming, that we need to know who are those companies, and we must make sure that we know what role those companies, we understand what role those companies are playing in the economy of the province. But as well, there's an emphasis from leaders that talk about nationalization, noting what the chairperson of KwaZulu raised, but it came from all the leaders that we must nationalize key states, key sides of our economy. We have a resolution that deals with the issue of procurement. We are talking about local procurement, that we need to ensure there is local procurement so that we can create jobs. We also trying to move very fast, Chair. We have a resolution that talk about the fourth industrial revolution. That we need to develop skills, we need to skill our people and reskill our people for fourth industrial revolution, so that we can be able to face the current challenges that you are facing, comrades. But I think we must move beyond that, analyze to what extent COVID has rushed us into the fourth industrial revolution and how quick we can respond to that. As we are sitting here today, we have people that are joining online. We used to have members of what you call the public coming, attending our workers' parliament. They are not attending this time around because of COVID, but they've been encouraged to join online. We attend meetings online, but we must also say, what damage does that cause to our democracy, like the grass people in the rural areas, the poor people who are not able to use these gadgets that you are using, who are not able to access the virtual engagements as we can do. So we think that fourth industrial revolution is one of the critical points that came. We also have a resolution that talks about corruption. I think it's an augmentation of the resolution that we took in the previous parliament. In terms of the reports, you may have noticed, comrades, that when we were given the report of our previous resolutions, it was clear that the government is saying there are no reported cases of corruption. There are no investigation on corruption. I think we don't agree with that notion. But it means that we need to take up that challenge to make sure that we confront the struggle for corruption, because comrades are saying it's costing us a lot. I'm moving quickly, comrade. The other issue is the issue of the CCMA, where we are saying CCMA, we must resolve here that the government must engage, that the budget of CCMA must be reversed so that the CCMA can deliver in its mandate. But we don't want a CCMA only that is going to be looking at the issues of what you call measuring the performance of commissioners through what you call the but through settlements, yes. We don't want CCMA that will resolve issues of workers through settlement. We want CCMA that will understand its mandate of social justice and ensuring jobs are retained. Those are the issues that we want to, and government assist us to engage on the issues of CCMA. Ungafiki kune case CCMA kubonakala ukuthi kudlalwa ngawe kuthiwa seclisha so that izosheshe iphele lento unikezwe 3-month settlement but there's no retention of jobs. I think the other issue, comrades, quickly is the issue of labor court. Mhlambe we need to resolve. Angazi mhlambe no should be a caucus of COSATU, FEDUSA and NATO. Mase sihlalele sodwa ukuthi sidila kanjani no Department of Labor. So not in the labor court. Mase sihlalele sodwa nje sama federation ukuthi sidila kanjani ne labor court. But siyaforce ukuthi government is assisted. Isheshe facilitate an engagement with labor court sizokwazi ukudila ne issue of how labor court, comrade, can be assisted in terms of capacity so that workers are not suffering in terms of the cases. On the issue of promotion of health in the workplace, I think, comrade, we have raised a number of issues there, but we also said that we need to ensure that we build the capacity of Department of Labor to make sure that there are inspections in the workplace, so that those inspections must be done to protect workers from those cruel employers as provided by the OSHA. Comrades, then also moving fast, okay, still on the issue of health, because the health as well is broad. There is also health that talks to the health department, our communities, where comrades have said government must assist in fast-tracking the issues of vaccine, and we need to make sure that e-vaccine also we conduct research for our African medicine, how can it assist us. Also on the issue of health, comrade, we have included the issue of the abasebenzi laba abasebenza as paramedics. They get killed, comrade, they get injured all the time. They must be provided with security, because that thing, it threatens the accessibility of our poor people to the health facilities. Paramedics must be protected. Vaccination must be fast-tracked. We must enhance the struggle for fighting against COVID. But we're saying, comrade, that struggle must go hand in glove with the struggle of ensuring that we implement the national health insurance to avoid what we saw during the times of when as we are in COVID, whereby people are treated on the basis of class in the society when it comes to issues of health accessibility. So I think that's it's there, comrade. We've got more than 10 resolves there on the issue of health. We also said, I'm trying to help you a lot, Program Director, the way I'm moving. On the issues of municipalities, I think it was covered very well. It's captured here on the resolutions as it was covered. Honoring the collective bargaining, I think it's covered. It's a resolution that we have here. The issue of Palestine and government came very clearly from the chair of COSATU. It's also covered here very clearly. But as well, also the issue of the Africa Month, which we must begin to try to understand what the Africa Month means, looking at the issues of how can we capacitate ourselves as Africans economically, using also izinto efana ne-African Trade Agreement. On education, I think the resolution is captured very clearly. State-owned entities, we said, comrade, there must be, we must pay a particular attention on the state-owned entities, deal with the management there, make sure that they invest, make sure that they create jobs, deal with the alleged issues of corruption, but as well what COSAT has raised on the issue of Transnet, to say we must deal with the privatization. I think all federations raised the issue of privatization in the state-owned entities, that we must stop privatization and outsourcing. We also have a standalone resolution on privatization and outsourcing. Then, comrades, the other issue, I think it was on the farm workers. The resolution was very clear on the issue of the farm workers. These resolutions, comrades, are going to be cleaned, I think, but they are very thorough, they are very detailed, but the federations will still put their heads together to see if maybe the justice has been done. But we hope, we think that justice has been done, the manner in which all these resolutions have been captured. Forgive me, comrades, if maybe I might have left some of the resolutions. I was just trying to rush through and flag some of them because we know what is contained here. We are going to get this document. Thank you very much, Comrade Chair. Thanks.
Oh, seningshiya. Ngicela sishayele unobhala izandla. Thank you very much, Gwabe. As you said, we have the resolutions, and there's a process that we all know now that we have been in this parliament. We hope we do it faster this year. Last year we had a difficulty in terms of how we processed the resolutions, so that we get to, through the office of the Speaker, we get to follow up with the departments and the executive in terms of proper responses, so that we don't wait for May 2022 to get responses. These responses must come back from the department. They must then tell us how are they going to be dealing with the issues that workers are raising. So we really want to thank you on behalf, I'm sure you were dealing with the resolutions on behalf of all the federations. We are now with the resolutions that are going to be cleaned and processed, so that then they are then sent to our Honorable Speaker, so that they then go to the executive for responses. I am now going to ask the last term on the agenda, which might take another hour or so. It won't be that bad. I'm going to ask our Chief Whip to come and give a vote of thanks on behalf of the legislature. Ubaba Ungamalala, Chief Whip Babu Zuma, sizocela uzosibongela Ngamalala. Ake basulela ngazi umthuthelelwe yimfethu kanti lento kade wayitholela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, members of the legislature, delegates from all three federations. Maybe it would be easy to say all protocol observed. I greet you. We've come to the end of what has been a resounding workers' parliament program held under very difficult conditions occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic. We'd like to thank the following sectors for who have contributed immensely to the success of this program. I want to thank the delegates and representatives from all federations, COSATU, FETUSA, and NACTU. They have not only guided us in terms of how this event can be held, but they have also worked closely with our KwaZulu-Natal Legislature planning team. Thank you very much for your contributions and advices. We'd like to thank both Tugela District and Alfred Duma Municipality for being a good host. And Sonke Nisbonile Begugush. All our members of the legislature, of the KZN legislature, for who participated in this session, both visually and physically. We thank all presenters who shared with us valuable information which we think will assist all of us. The support that we continue to receive from the traditional house is much appreciated. We want to thank the chairperson of the provincial house, Inkosi Chiliza Mdunge, for such a good message of support. Program Director, Honorable Sonjik, you directed this program very well, including your provision of leadership during the planning session. Lastly, we'd like to thank the Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal, Umakhubela, for your vision, for your visionary leadership, and all staff, legislature led by Unopala, Ms. Naidu, and all who contributed to such a very good event. Thank you very much. Abasebenzi bakomisile ukuthi indeed struggle sabasebenzi sidinga ukuthi bahlangane. Ingakho nje liba lihlelo likhulu ukuthi webasebenzi hlanganani. Webasebenzi hlanganani. Webasebenzi hlanganani. Webasebenzi hlanganani. Angifuna ukuthatha i-hour, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Sibambe nje kancane. Ncamalala nami ngiyakubonga ngoba ukhohliwe ukuyibonga wena. Siyabonga kakhulu Chief Whip. Ngicela nje okuncane sicela ama leaders, ama federations as we call them ngesikhathi bekhuluma sizocela ukuthi bezosisayinela ama resolutions ngoba kuye kwenzeka ukuthi mase sihambile kube nezinkinga zokuxhumana. Sizocela ke the leaders of the delegations ukuthi bezosayinela ama resolutions at least we'll then send the copies that are, with this, that are signed. So sizocela ke nize FEDUSA, COSATU, NATU, those who are leading the delegations. I think it would be proper that we allow them to sign delegates. Nibabona, then we will make the final announcement. Sicela NATU as well. Sicela ke nize nento zokusanitize Usihlalo uyasayina lana. Ya kusayina nje KwaZulu then kuzosayina uFedusa oza Comrade Thwala. Siyabonga uFedusa Naktu. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the leadership of the federations. We will wish to thank you again, and we hope that abasebenzi mebephindele emakhaya singagijimi sidrive kahle kwenza ukuthi sifike siphephile emakhaya. We wish you well. Thank you very much, and thank you ukuthi nisihloniphe nathi ngophatha uhlelo. Thank you very much.